Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier, and God help me. Oh, whoa, here we go. Oops, there we go. All right. Last minute issues with the system, and there shouldn't be an echo. There should not be. So I hope I have that fixed. We've been back and forth. The system was working perfectly yesterday, and today it's not. God, I need a tech. This is what happens when you have one person working the whole system. I need a tech to come in and help me with this because something's wrong with the OBS. We thought we had it fixed, maybe not. If this is the first time that you're seeing the channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for joining us at No Soundbites Allowed every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media that the internet overlords will allow to be able to speak with you about the issues that matter, to hear you from anywhere around the world. You can call into 607-242-9247 to tell us what you think about the issues that matter, whatever it may be. And you can also reach us on text and in chat, as you can see here. And we're going to just say hello, everyone. We have a lot that we're going to be talking about today, a lot of different issues that are going to be important to everyone. We're going to be talking about Joe Biden and the documents that have suddenly been found, classified documents, 3 different locations. This should be a big deal, and yet Democrats are making it less of a big deal. We have what's going on in Southeast Asia. We have South Korea has taken the example of Japan in regards to North Korea, Southeast Asia politics, and it is getting worse. And we see no leadership coming from the Biden-Harris administration. Hello, Dal. First comment today. I thank you for joining us with that. And of course, we want to talk about what's happening with the CDC. What's happening with gun control in America? Sheila Jackson Lee has lost her mind. She's just out of her mind. What do you mean, Dal? You thought I caught 4 locations now. I don't know what that means. 4 locations? 4 different places that we're streaming at. We try and stream at many of them. But there's a lot of things that I want to talk about. And Dal and everybody that's going to be joining us, whether you join us for a couple of minutes or all the way through, we look forward to hearing whatever you have to say. And remember, you can call in or comment at any time about whatever you think is an issue that we should be talking about on this program. That's what it's all about. Now, let me start off. I want to start off with Twitter. Oh my God, it's the Twitter files. Twitter is in trouble. Let's start off there, okay? Twitter is in trouble because, here we go. This is an email I received yesterday, January 14th, 2:13 a.m. And this is Twitter saying that I have been approved to be able to do Twitter ads to promote my tweets on Twitter. Now, this is very important and very interesting because this means either Twitter is bankrupt for money and they are desperate to raise up income, or Twitter is finally evening out the playing field, even for smaller individuals like myself who are trying to share their views. Because I asked for this, and you see that they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 responses back to back. Twitter spammed me to say, we want you to do Twitter ads. We want you to be involved in the Twitter ad program. Well, let me show you something about that. I asked for that in 2019, 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I reached out to Twitter as a businessman saying, I want to spend my money on Twitter to be able to share my voice and some of the things that I'm doing. 4 years ago. And it took Twitter all of 4 years to finally say, hey, we value your content. We want your money. It's as simple as that. They want my money. And it took them 4 years to say, yeah, we'll take your money. So that has to mean either that Twitter has been suppressing me, much like Facebook and YouTube, Google, many of the sources. Either they're suppressing us so much, and now that they're we got new leadership in Twitter, the suppression is being minimized or removed, and it's taken them 4 years to even the playing field even a little bit, or they are desperate for money and they're reaching out to everyone that has ever asked to be able to promote their ads on Twitter. It's one or the other. And I honestly believe it's not the money, because Twitter has never made money. Twitter has never been a revenue streaming source. So they've never been, they continue to this day to lose money. Not as much as they have been in the past, because they fired 75% of their personnel because they didn't need them. Twitter works today as well as it worked a year ago with 75% less people. So they're making more money with less people, which is more closer to a profit. No, I think it's because the reason why we suddenly, after 4 years of asking and waiting, we're finally getting the opportunity to do the same thing that the left is able to do every day and has been doing for many years. They're finally giving us the opportunity to share our voice like everyone else has been able to do, because they evened the playing field. And I wish YouTube and Twitter and Facebook YouTube and Facebook and Google would do the same thing to even the playing field and let people's voices be heard. And I just wanted to share that with you to let you know there is a change that is happening. The playing field is getting even. You are getting a chance to have your voice heard. This is how bad the suppression has been. And everyone thinks, well, it's only the big guys like Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro or Tim Pool. No, this has been happening to you, the average regular person. You have been silenced. And it's about time we see that evening out, which is why people are all the left are losing their minds on Twitter, because people are being able to speak and not just be kept in a bubble. And I think that's important. Now, Dal mentioned that that there were 4 locations for the Biden documents, and that they've uncovered 5 more documents at a 4th location. No, that's not what I've read, and I'm going to get into this in a little bit in the program. But according to the most recent news I saw today, there was one of the locations, they had 1 document, and then they found 5 separate additional classified documents at that same location. So as far as I know, there are 3 locations with multiple, there's been 4 different discoveries of classified information at those 3 different locations. One of them being a garage, one of them being a house, and one of them being an office that was moved at a college. So this is pretty useless. This is horrendous news. And we're going to get into that in a little bit, but thank you for bringing it up. So as far as I know, and that's the latest news I knew as of 2 hours ago, so I may be off, but as of 2 hours ago, 3 locations, 4 different series of documents being discovered. James is with us. Hello, James. And James says South Korea still has a ban on foods from Fukushima and surrounding areas due to the ongoing meltdowns. Hillary covered it up, and it's just increased the safe limits. There's a lot of problems, and like with what we've seen in many of the nuclear incidents, and actually there's been very few. There's only been 4 or 5 nuclear incidents around the world. Nuclear power is the safest, cleanest, best choice for energy in the world. And yes, there have been some surprising, shocking, devastating events that have happened. But look at how many oil leaks we have on a regular basis, how many tankers leak, how many problems with natural gas. We've had explosions of gas lines. We've had problems with coal, with you have ethanol that's destroying the Gulf of Mexico. There is no energy source that is without its negatives. Dollar for dollar, event for event, nuclear power is the best choice. It is still the safest result overall in the world. Fukushima is a problem. James mentions that it's not nuclear power needs external power to operate from coal or gas, can't run in its own power, it's a fraud. Nuclear power generates, yes, there is the process is a little bit extended. And I don't want to get into it all right now. I've studied a lot about this, but pound for pound, with taking into account that there is an initial energy input and the result, nuclear power outputs more power. It generates more power than any other source. Solar, you need to put in rare earth metals. You have problems with battery storage, with distribution. You have problems with being able to capture efficiently. Same thing with wind, same thing with hydro. Ethanol, again, is poisoning our oceans. The real answer is hydrogen power is a great theory, but it's a theory. It is not effective. It is not mass producible, nor is it efficient. If we get there, I'm happy to have it. Until we do, nuclear power should be on the table. And that's the problem with a lot of the eco fanatics. If you speak to President Obama's environmental climate change czar, I forget his name at the moment, it's James something or other. He had a TED talk on this. And President Obama's czar for clean energy and for climate change wants to have nuclear power. Going by Michael Moore's documentary, Planet of the Humans, going over everything about climate change and the environmental movement towards power generation, nuclear power is the answer. Every expert that I have been able to find, all the details and data, has always pointed to the most efficient, at the moment, the most efficient way of getting energy is nuclear power. It has problems that we need to address, but it's still, pound for pound, dollar for dollar, the best thing. Not to say that it is without problems. And you are correct, James. There are problems. We need to address them, but it's still the best. So let's deal with the problems and make that so that we have the power we need, because when you have power, you're able to have a better quality of life. This is what they need in Africa. This is what we see in third world nations, what they need. And to say that, oh, we can't do that because of climate change is stupid. It is actually counterproductive. You know what, James? I've looked at the scientific data. I've looked at all the information that I can. And everything that says, all the data I can find says nuclear power is the most efficient. You may disagree. And I'm not saying it's without any problems. But the problems it has are so much fewer, and the power it generates is so much more, it's worth it. And solar is nowhere on the table. Wind is nowhere on the table. They don't work. They have never worked. Just look at Germany right now. In Germany, we can see they went the route with shutting down their nuclear power plants. They shut down their coal power plants. Now what are they doing? They were freezing until they started up their liquid natural gas power plants and went back to what actually works. Solar isn't working. Wind isn't working. They need to go back to traditional energy sources. The news media doesn't want to tell you that. The news media doesn't want to share that with the public, but Germany, France, most of Europe, they're going towards coal, natural gas, because it works, because solar and wind doesn't. And they're starting up their nuclear plants again. I'm not saying that you're wrong, James. I'm saying even taking that into account, it is still better. But I thank you for bringing it up. It's a conversation that, again, like what's happening with Twitter, no one's talking about. The world isn't having this conversation. We see this right now. Climate change, the advocates, Greta Thunberg, they're wrong. Solar is not working. Wind is not working. Geothermal does not work efficiently. And that's the big lie. They promise you, as always, they have this big promise. We're going to save the world, except it doesn't. And having less power means that you have people who are more poor and have a lower quality of life. And that's what we need to do. We need this. We see this in the United States. We have less power available. Oil is more expensive. We're not independent energy, able to have independent energy. And what has that done? Inflation is soaring. Interest rates are rising. We're going to see that continue in 2023. Janet Yellen is telling this. We're hearing this from across the world. There is a global recession that is ongoing. Partially, and in a good part, because there is not enough energy in the world, because America, in part, isn't energy independent. And that means people are suffering. And who suffers the most? The poor. The poor are suffering because energy, when every time you see that gas tank go up 10, 15 cents, every time you see our electricity has gone up 68%, and they tell you, well, inflation's not real, but your electric bill is up 68%. Your gas tank you're paying today versus January of 2021, you're paying about 50, 60% more than what you were paying just 2 years ago. Poor people don't have the extra money for this. And that's who it hurts the most. The very same people, they say, well, we're going to clean the climate because poor people need clean air. Fantastic, they do. They also need energy. They need to heat their homes. They need to be able to cook their foods. They need to be able to get to and from work. This is the lie of clean energy. And we need to have that conversation in an honest way, which we don't see in the news media. So I thank you, James, for bringing that up. It's important. And like I said, with the Twitter files, and this is much like with the Twitter files, we're not hearing from the major news media that Twitter is now going out and going to the people who were denied for 4 years in a row the opportunity to share their voice. And now they're getting that opportunity. The news media isn't reporting that Twitter is opening up its doors to the public to share their voice. It's another topic that you're not going to hear from the mainstream media because it doesn't match their message. But like on this program, what we do every Sunday, for those who haven't been here with us before, we always like to start with international news and then get to the domestic, which is when we will get to Joe Biden and talking about that. And again, whenever you have something you want to talk about, just like James did, tell me. Let's have that conversation, at least a little bit. Let's have that conversation. You don't have to agree with me 100%. You don't have to agree with me at all. We can have a conversation because if we don't, we can't get solutions. No solutions are found by everyone just saying yes, 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 and never stopping to think or ask a question. And I think that's important. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Southeast Asia. This is critical to America. This is critical to our life. And we've been following this for the last 2 years. We've been talking about North Korea and the threat it poses to America and to the world, because it's not just one or the other. And the major news media wants you to think it's one or the other. That, oh, well, if something's happening with North Korea, when they're firing off 75 missiles targeting South Korea and Japan, well, that's a problem for them. That has nothing to do with America and your life, except it's a direct danger to your safety, both if you're traveling overseas and here in the United States. We've gone over that for years, that this is a direct danger because there's no leadership. There is no policy. The foreign policy of the United States does not exist under the Biden-Harris administration with the progressive movement involved. They just say it's all okay. They send Kamala over and it gets worse. Every single time she's been there, it gets worse. God help us, stop sending Kamala Harris anywhere in the world. Everywhere she has shown up and had a conversation on behalf of the United States, the problem has gotten worse. So when we look at this, what is happening now? Well, as we reported at the beginning of this year, we saw that Japan made the decision unilaterally and said, hey, they're going to create a military, which is not in violation of the U.S.-Japan Treaty of 1960, but as a change to it for the first time. Japan, for the first time since World War II, is going to create their own military, spending $320 billion. 2% of their GDP is going to be spent to build up a military in 5 years so that they can fight a war. That's what Japan thinks is going on. There's going to be a war. And they have absolutely zero faith that the United States government is going to live up to the Treaty of 1960 and protect Japan. This is why Japan never needed a military. They never had to have an offensive military because the United States was always there to protect them. That's part of what the treaty says. We are obligated to protect Japan. But in the last year, we saw 75 missiles targeting Japan. flying 100, 200, 300 miles away from their ships, flying over their cities from North Korea under the guidance of China. Because North Korea is the puppet of China. China gave North Korea hypersonic missiles so that they could target and harass our allies in Southeast Asia. So this is a direct threat because if Japan goes to war, the United States must go to war. That's what our treaty says. If South Korea goes to, if the ceasefire ends and South Korea is in war, the United States is in war. This is important to you, to me. So this is critical information. So when Japan says they're building their own military, well, the news media in the United States turned around and said, well, this is all great. Look, Japan's having a conversation with Joe Biden. Kishida and Biden are talking now, and this is all okay. This is part of the plan. Except they're lying to you because Japan already did it. The United States, they didn't talk to the United States and make the plan. They didn't have a conversation and agreement. They did it, and now Joe Biden is trying to catch up and say, no, it was perfectly fine. This is normal. No, it's not. That's a lie. And the reason why they're doing this is because they know things are getting out of hand. I had a section that was highlighted. Here it is. In the joint statement this Friday, the two nations emphasized the importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, which means with China. They also said the United States was committed to the defense of Japan under the Security Treaty, the 1960s treaty, including in conflict with the Senkaku Islands, which is in dispute with China. Last month, in December, the Kishida administration released a new national security strategy in which Japan committed to spending 2%, that's $320 billion, of its GDP on an annual defense budget to build a military in 5 years. Notice where they buried this, that Japan did it because they don't trust Biden or the United States to protect them. They buried that statement, which is important, that Japan is acting unilaterally and doesn't care what Biden has to say. They buried that pages below the headline because they want you to think that the US and Japan are working perfectly hand in hand. They buried the truth pages below so that you would never notice this. Most people aren't going to read this far. They're going to read the headline and say, well, everything's okay. And the problem with that is now South Korea is doing exactly what Japan did. South Korea has now told the United States, you're going to give us nuclear weapons to protect ourselves from North Korea and China, or else. That the United States is going to step in and step up the protection to live by the treaties that we have created, or else South Korea is going to make their own nuclear weapons. Hey, John, it's always great to have you with us. Yeah, I guess this is insurrection. It's to say that the United States has no foreign policy, and Southeast Asia is going wild. It is the Wild West, and they are getting bad. When South Korea is telling the United States, they are dictating our policy. They're telling Joe Biden what he's going to do. Not Joe Biden agreeing. They're taking action. They're telling us what to do because Japan did it, and it worked. Because Japan said, no, we're going to build the military because we don't trust you, United States. You don't live up to your treaty. Now South Korea is saying, hey, if Japan can do that, we can do it too. Why? Because as soon as Japan said that, now we have Joe Biden running over to Japan to say, no, everything's okay. We're going to do whatever you want. And now we see that South Korea is doing the same thing. That if we do not bow to the South Korea's movements, and I had that highlighted, where was it? I had it highlighted, and of course I lost that highlight. Was it here? South Korea could rapidly develop its own nuclear weapons if threats coming from North Korea's weapons of mass destruction become more serious. The remarks represent the South Korea's most explicit comment to date about South Korea acquiring nuclear weapons, a prospect that enjoys widespread public support, but which South Korea has long rejected as a U.S. ally under Washington's nuclear umbrella and a signatory of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The North Korean nuclear threat is not only a threat to South Korea anymore, or an issue of the U.S. merely protecting South Korea. It has become a so-called common interest for South Korea, Japan, and the United States. But if the issue becomes more serious, we could acquire our own nuclear weapons, such as deploying tactical nuclear weapons in South Korea. This is a statement that says nothing is under control here, that no one believes in the United States or the Biden-Harris administration, that they have failed, which means the world is that much closer to a regional war. And we have been warning about this on this program for years now, since the Biden administration came in and didn't have an international policy. Since the 2019, when in every debate and in every question, Joe Biden was never asked about his international policy, because he doesn't have one. Right now, Japan and South Korea are creating their own policy, and Joe Biden is running around behind them like a puppy after a bone, saying, yeah, that's great, I'll do whatever you want. They're saying they're going to create new. If Japan creates a military and South Korea creates nuclear weapons, what do you think China's going to do? That's like having nuclear missiles in Cuba. And you saw, we all remember what happened with the Cuban Missile Crisis. And for those not old enough to remember that, look it up. We almost went to World War III with Russia, the Soviet Union at the time, because of nuclear missiles being in Cuba. Well, this is what China is looking at right now. They're going to have nuclear missiles, just like we did in Cuba. They're going to have it in South Korea. And do you think North Korea is not going to have any reaction to that? These are the guys that shoot off missiles just because a helicopter flew too close to them. So that means there's a war. And again, we have treaties with South Korea and with Japan that if they go to war, we, the United States, goes to war. And we expect our allies, the United Kingdom and Europe, to go to war. That means we're going to have a regional conflict. And if you thought the Middle East was bad, well, think about what happened in Vietnam. Okay? That changed generations in America. And we're talking about doing it again on a bigger scale. This should be big news. No one in the United States is talking about it. No one is letting you know that this is off the rails because they don't want to admit that the Biden-Harris administration, the progressives in Congress, that they have no plan and they have no way of stopping this. John says, trust in Biden. He has it under control. Except he doesn't have anything under control. Japan's in control. South Korea's trying to take control. Biden has nothing. John mentions that Biden solved Afghanistan, didn't he? By running away and creating a military. And I'm going to get to Afghanistan because there's a story about that connected to Sheila Jackson Lee, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. But in Afghanistan, what did he do? He ran away. He created the first terrorist army of the world and a terrorist nation comprised of the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda. He gave them money. This is terrible. And yes, we're both old enough, you and I, John, to remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. So this is important because if you thought that we had a bad time and we're having a bad time in Iraq and in Afghanistan, and you thought the Middle East crisis was horrible, Southeast Asia is worse. Massively worse. Because we're not talking about Iran trying to attack people in Americans in Afghanistan and Iraq. We're talking about China using North Korea and to directly attack our allies and possibly the United States. This is massive. And I don't think it's World War III. I think it's 3 regional wars. We've outlined this on this program before. You're already seeing Europe is in a regional war. We're seeing the Middle East ready to go into a regional war. We're seeing Southeast Asia ready for a regional war. And the thing that connects every one of those countries, the United States, the Biden-Harris administration, and a lack of policy. Russia, Putin, has no respect nor fear of Joe Biden, which is why they didn't care that he said there's going to be sanctions. Russia's doing better with the sanctions than without them. What the hell just happened to my sound? So they're not worried about that. And what about when we're talking about the Middle East? Iran is still trying to negotiate the Iran nuclear deal. Joe Biden is desperate for a deal. He's willing to give away all of the women of Iran to make his deal and to fund global terrorism. We have Americans, 5,000 Americans, still in Afghanistan trying to escape. That's a fact. And Joe Biden doesn't even want to talk about it. He won't mention the word Afghanistan because he doesn't want you to think about the lies he told you in 2020, September of 2020. He doesn't want you to think about it. He wants you to forget that he's abandoned all these Americans. This is how bad this is. And if we don't talk about this, and if we don't speak to our members of Congress, whether they're Democrat, Libertarian, Conservative, Republican, it doesn't matter. If we don't tell them that we remember and we need there to be some action, it's only going to escalate. Because that's exactly what is happening. It is escalating. North Korea fired 75 plus missiles in 1 year, more than we have ever seen under any president in 4 years combined. 70. And as a result, because Joe Biden sent Kamala Harris over, who made it worse, we now have Japan building up a military, and we have South Korea saying they're going to build nukes. Does that sound like the world is more stable or less stable to you? Do you think you're going to be more or less safe if nuclear weapons are now in South Korea, possibly in Japan, and you think the American citizens are going to be safe? You don't think that North Korea would fire a missile at the United States, which they can? They have somewhere between 80 to 90 nuclear missiles. You think they won't attack America? I think this is a really big deal. I think this is important, and no one is talking about it. You're not hearing this from anyone else in the news media, and you have to actually go overseas to the BBC, Jerusalem Times, Hindustan Times, India, Pakistan. You have to check the news from everywhere else in the world to find out what's going on, because America won't say anything. The only news they told you is, well, Joe Biden's making a deal and an alliance with Japan, which is a lie. It's after the fact. They already did it. They're lying to you to make you feel safe. They're so busy to try and make you feel safe that they're not worried about actually making you safe. It's kind of like with gun control, which we'll talk about in a little bit. They're trying to make you feel safe without actually doing something to make you safe. This is the politicians' way of doing something. We're doing something, not something effective, not something efficient. They want you to feel like something happened rather than actually live with something that is better. And if we don't talk to our members of Congress, if we don't talk to and send letters to Joe Biden, we don't announce ourselves on social media, it's only getting worse. And it's going to keep getting worse. And God help me, I'm trying to make sure we make enough noise that before it gets worse, we stop this, that we have an international policy, that Joe Biden gets a backbone and some balls, stops letting Kamala Harris go anywhere, and we actually do something that gets respect and fear from the rest of the world. Because China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia do not respect or fear Joe Biden or America under the Democrats right now. If they did, none of this would be happening. They didn't do this under Bush. They didn't do it under Trump. They didn't do it under, hell, they didn't even do it under Clinton. They did some things, but not nearly this bad. There's a reason why they're doing it now. Because they think we're weak. They think we are so weak and so willing to bow to international pressure, to bow to every other country, to say America is bad. That's why they're doing it now. Because America's saying they're weak and they can't do anything. We're the most powerful nation in the world. This is stupid. And it's hurting our allies. The United Kingdom, France, Germany, all of Europe, they're hurting. This is negatively impacting the entire world. And it's hurting the world's economies. Poor people everywhere in the world are being hurt by all of this. And no one wants to tell you the honest truth about it. Nobody. Mike Bowie says, hey, Mike, it's good to have you with us. And Mike Bowie has a comment. He says, we are already at war with China. We've been infiltrated and bought off. That's one point of view, but it isn't unfair to say that we've been in a series of economic wars. That's what's happening in the Ukraine. It's an economic war. We're fighting a proxy war through the Ukraine, fighting economies, the U.S. economy versus the Russian economy. And we're not winning that. Whether you support the Ukraine or not, we're losing that. We're spending so much money that we could be taking care of the homeless, we could be taking care of our veterans, we could be feeding kids in schools. Instead, we're giving it to the Ukraine. $100 billion. And again, whether you support the Ukraine or not, let me ask you, we gave them $100 billion. We've given them rockets, we've given them M15s, we're considering giving them tanks, and Europe is giving them tanks. Germany is about to give them heavy tanks. Let me ask you, what do we get for any of that? What is the return we're going to get off that $100 billion? You're never going to see that money again. We're going to pay interest on that money. Your grandkids are going to pay interest on that money. Your inflation is going up because of this money we don't have that we are spending that is increasing inflation in the United States, that is increasing interest rates, your car loans, your college loans, your credit cards. All of that's going up. You're spending more money and they're getting weapons for a war they may never win. And even if they do, you get nothing from it. Nothing. That's the elephant in the room. The conversation no one wants to have. We're supporting the Ukraine and get nothing from it. Because Ukraine has nothing we want or need. Nothing. They are not a powerhouse. They're not a military powerhouse, an economic powerhouse. They don't have resources that are essential to us. Yes, they do have fertilizer. Yes, they do have some uranium. But they're not a powerhouse. We get nothing. So we need to consider this. We need to have this conversation. As we spend more and more money, as you get poorer and things get more expensive for you and your quality of life is going down, we have to ask the question, what's our exit strategy? Same thing that when we went into Iraq and Afghanistan. The question that I asked at that time, you can look back on the videos, we've had many of them, we talked about it at the time. What do we get? What's our exit strategy? What do we get for all of this? No one wants to talk about that. They want to tell you, you have to support Ukraine. You have to. You can't have a conversation. You can't consider anything else. You must say, yes, I support the Ukraine. And you must be okay with spending as much money as long as is necessary with absolutely no return. You have to agree to that. Why? Because that's not our war. And we will never get anything out of this. The Ukraine is corrupt. They will always be corrupt. They're not going to become a democracy and just be another state of the United States. That's not going to happen. Assuming that they win, we get nothing. Why aren't we having this conversation? It's an important conversation to have. Just like it's important to say, we need to talk to Japan and South Korea. We need to come up with a plan because we're losing our allies. We are losing our allies. They are going off on their own and we're playing catch up. Joe Biden is trying to catch up to what they've already done. And that's endangering our lives directly in the United States and the rest of the world. It is creating more conflicts. And if you think things are bad now, imagine how much inflation is going to go up. Imagine how few things in the supply chain you're going to have if there's a war in Southeast Asia. Do you think China's going to be making a lot of goods for Walmart? Remember, China's making most of our goods. We're no longer a manufacturing country. We are, because of the Obama administration, we're a service country. So China's making our stuff. China's fighting our allies and us in Southeast Asia. Do you think you're going to get a new screen, big screen TV? Do you think you're going to get chips for your computer? Do you think you're going to get video games? Do you think you're going to get new silverware? We have to think about the consequences, folks. And no one in the media wants you to think about that because you suddenly realize we're off the rails and we have a problem. John Cordisco says, it's time for Western Europe to defend themselves and that there will be a Viagra shortage. Actually, there might be a Viagra shortage in that case. You're not too far off, John. Again, we manufacture almost everything outside this nation, not ourselves. And should Western Europe defend themselves? Honestly, we have no reason at this moment to fight for Ukraine, to send them our money, our weapons, to hurt our nation. We have no reason for it. Yeah, we give them some weapons here and there. I'm perfectly fine with that. But do we need to give them $100 billion? A credit card, a revolving door credit card. There is no end to it. We gave them $100 billion. How much more are we going to give them this year? How much more are we going to give them next year? This is a war that's not going to end in the next 2 or 3 years. I know people always said, it'll be over in a month. No, it's not. This is going to be fighting that's going to be going on for a generation. If you thought we were in Afghanistan a long time, wait until you see Ukraine. They have been fighting for decades, and they're going to continue. Because there's going to be various cells and domestic terrorism in Ukraine. That's going to go on for years, no matter who wins. This is not a thing that's going to end overnight. So when do we stop giving them money? When do we stop giving them tanks and rockets and M16s so that the people can defend themselves, unlike the people in the United States, where we're supposed to be defenseless, but we want other people to defend themselves? This is important stuff. And when I say that the economy is getting crazy, and we've been warning about this, we're finally hearing from the rest of the world. We're finally hearing from these leaders. This is from the Financial Times. Janet Yellen is warning, we're going to hit a $31.4 trillion debt ceiling on Thursday. Now, the United States will be able to keep going forward. And the last time we had this kind of a serious problem, it was under Obama, and the United States debt was downgraded by Standard & Poor's. The United States debt, for the first time ever in the history of the United States, was downgraded under the Obama administration because of their economic policies. That is a fact. And now under the Biden administration, which is following the same exact redistribution, spend because you can just spend forever policies of the Biden-Harris administration, we're now back at the same point where we may get downgraded again. Now, the average person's going to tell me, Mike, but what does that mean? Well, if the United States credit is downgraded, that means less countries will use our money. It means inflation will go higher. It means interest rates will go higher. The recession will become deeper and not just stagflation, which I think we are in right now, but it may become a depression. Your quality of life will get worse, massively worse. And that's going to be a problem because if they downgrade us like they did under Obama and the rest of the world says we don't want to use the dollar, we don't trust America, and that's the big thing here. We're talking about trust in America, whether it's military or economics. Trust in America is the only thing that keeps the dollar at a high level. And if that goes away, that trust ends, then we have inflation, hyperinflation. Inflation that we haven't seen in countries since South America in the 1980s, back when we were calling countries banana republics, where they were spending wheelbarrows full of money to get bread. We're talking about insane. We will put America into a third world status. Now, here's the problem. I don't want to spend more money. I don't want to increase the debt ceiling. It never ends. This is the reason why you've heard from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Andrew Yang. They're like, just spend money forever. It doesn't matter. You can just spend money that we don't have forever and just spend more. It doesn't make a difference. Except they never think about inflation. They never think about recessions. They never think about interest rates or interest rates. They never think about that because it doesn't matter to them. They're rich. Andrew Yang is a billionaire. He doesn't care if poor people have to spend more. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she's a congresswoman. She's making $200,000 a year tax-free with all the perks of Congress. She's got an $80,000 Tesla. She's got a $15,000 a month apartment. She doesn't care. And that's because they're elites and they don't live like you and me. And they don't care how you live. They care about how they live. So they don't care if interest rates keep going up and that we keep spending money because it's in their interest. They're getting the things they want. And that's what it's about. Yes, John, it's the petrodollar that is in jeopardy. That's the problem. That's what this debt ceiling is about. And so when we hear Janet Yellen saying this, she's saying by the summer, we could be out in deep trouble, that we could actually fail to live up to our obligations. This is money we've already spent. We just have to pay for it. The credit card already ran through. We already bought the stuff. We already spent the money, and now we have to pay for it. And what this means is more inflation. That's what this means. This means more inflation for you. It means the recession is deeper and longer, and you're going to pay more for food, for electricity, for your cars, clothes. Everything you buy is going to be more expensive. And the poorer you are, the harder that's going to hit your pocket, which means your quality of life is going to go down, which means you're not going to be able to afford Hulu and Netflix and Disney Plus and whatever streaming service you have out there. You're going to have to cut these things down. Mind you, I don't think you're losing much in terms of quality from Disney Plus or Hulu or Netflix. And so you can save yourself the money because there's nothing good there. But your quality of life and your choices are going to go away. Not because you made the choice, you won't be able to afford it. You're not going to be able to buy all the different types of food you want because you can't afford it. That's separate of the fact that we have a global food shortage and there's 30% less food in the world for the next year. I know, another thing that no one's talking about. This is important. If we don't fix this, we have to figure out, and I don't think the answer is just keep raising the debt ceiling, because we've been doing that for a long time, but we've been seriously increasing it under the Obama and Trump and Biden administrations, and it's not making things better. It's making it worse. We have to cut spending. That's it. Congress spends money like drunk sailors wish they could. They are spending money. You can't imagine spending money like this. You couldn't get away with spending money the way that our government does. We need to be responsible. We need to cut spending. In particular, I don't think we need to spend $1 billion in New York City so that illegal immigrants can live in hotels, and we spend $60,000 per illegal alien in New York City so that they can live a better life than American citizens who make about $35,000 on average. I'm sorry, we don't need to spend money like that. We don't need to pay for illegal aliens to have a better life than American citizens. But this is where they're spending the money. They're spending the money on illegal aliens. They're spending the money on the Ukraine. They're spending money on $200 million so that Pakistan can have a gender studies program that they don't want and that they don't use. They're wasting the money. It's going into some politician's pocket in Pakistan because they don't care about having gender fluid people in Pakistan, because they don't want people to be, they don't care about the policies here in the United States. I got to be careful how I word this. Oh, well, we do have a call coming in. Let's see. Hello, and thank you.
Mike.
Hello. Who's this?
How's it going? I'm trying a landline phone this time. Maybe I can hear you a little better.
I hear you fine.
So, we're all going down the septic tank, huh?
Kind of.
You know, to tell you the truth, like you mentioned North and South Korea, we'll talk about Ukraine, Russia, all the flashpoints around the world.
Yeah.
Let them duke it out.
Well,
let them duke it out. I'm serious.
Well, I agree with that to an extent. I think my problem is, first of all, if we're looking at Southeast Asia, we can't. We have treaties. The U.S.-Japan Treaty of 1960 says that...
Yeah, I get all that. I'm talking about as an overall concept.
Okay. Yeah. We should let Ukraine and most countries deal with their own problems.
Yeah. I was thinking the other day, it's like you're parents, you and your wife, and you have like 9 kids. You got a bunch of kids. And you collar them all. You bail them out of every single thing they've ever done. They've never been responsible for anything yourself. You send them out of the house. They make their own way, and you're still bailing them out. That's exactly what the U.S. and NATO and the other treaties is like. It's exactly the same thing. It's time to say you're on your own.
Well, I think so, because we get nothing from these things. And that's the worst part of it is, if you could tell me, well, we get something from this, like if Pakistan becomes more PC, if they become more gender positive, what do we get? We spent $200 million to teach them that you should be gender fluid and queer happy. Okay, what do we get for that? That's $200 million that went away that we'll never get back.
Something tells me the organizations, if they do exist in Pakistan, which I doubt, but if they do, some of that money gets kicked back to the United States to certain individuals. We'll just leave it at that, or certain nonprofits certain PACs, I should say, that help certain people. So they're in essence funding themselves indirectly.
Yeah, this is all a money scam. This is money laundering. It seems like money laundering to me, that we are bribing officials in other countries with this money because their culture, their society do not care and don't want to become us. I mean, they don't want to be California.
I'm paraphrasing now, but one of the founding fathers, I forgot who it was, basically said, when the majority of the population discovers that you can take away other people's money, that is when the republic will start to unravel.
Margaret Thatcher. Socialism only works as long as someone else's pockets have money in it.
Yeah, that's a different version of it. But the thing is, though, I did some research. Depending on what research you do, between 52 and 57% of working Americans, not all adults, working Americans, pay zero net federal taxes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, when I say zero net, if some person gets $3,000 for a child care credit and your next door neighbor pays $3,000, that's zero.
Well, it's a fact from the IRS that on any given year, 70% of all taxes are paid by the top 5%. All the refunds people get almost all of that comes from, essentially all of it comes from the top 5%. That's a fact.
Well, no, well, the refunds, like you and I work a full-time job.
I don't get a
Our
refund.
would be based on money we paid and not somebody else.
I don't get a
unless
refund.
we had children.
I've had 2 refunds in 20 years. I don't get refunds.
No, I understand what you mean. What I'm saying is that a working person without children will not get somebody else's money. They'll just get their own back if they get a refund at all.
No, that's according to the IRS.
I'm 66 and I've never ever gotten back more than I put in.
I understand that's you, but we're talking about the nation on average.
No, I'm talking about working people.
I understand. I understand.
Now you can get food stamps and other stuff, which we can say is kind of an indirect way, but that's a different issue.
But that's part of it, and you have to count
what
that.
I mean is that just the taxes you paid out of your paycheck.
Well, again, I don't get a refund, so I don't get this money back.
That's what I mean. What I'm saying is, people, not only do they get all they put in, they get another 40-50% on top of that when they put the child care credit in and other stuff. So now you have 53, 54, 55% of the people dictating tax code for the rest. Well, there's nowhere to go but the top 10%, 5%. That's a formula for disaster.
And by the way, since you brought it up, and I want people to know, according to CNBC and everyone, including the IRS, your tax refund is going to be smaller in 2023 than it has been since 2020. You're going to get less money back. That is a fact. They came out with that in November. It has not been major news. It kind of came and went, but I'm warning people ahead of time, since we're talking about refunds, no matter what you've been getting, you're going to get less. So if you thought you're going to buy a new big screen TV, not only is it going to be more expensive because we're in a recession, but you're not going to have the money.
Yep.
So I think that's important to mention as well. That working people.
And they still will not wise up. They still will not wise up. They still will say it's somebody else's fault.
It's a problem, man. I mean, again, these are all connected, and I understand why people say it's overwhelming. I can't keep up with it. Yes, you can. Pick one thing and pay attention to it. And let's start with, okay, there's nothing wrong with saying, I want to talk about taxes, because you're not getting the money back. And according to the IRS, in 2023, you're going to get even less back than you got before. Yeah. So you're spending more. As inflation is up there, and you went to the store, I've been to the store, it costs 25, 35, 45% more depending on what you're buying. Eggs are 300% up from 2 years ago.
I'll use the example a few months ago when I was in a local restaurant chain, Weiss. You and I both live in the same area. I don't know if people knew that. And I'm standing in line. I said to the girl, well, 6 months ago, those 2 bags were $60. Now there was like 110. I said, I guess, and I didn't want to get into politics with her. I just mentioned out loud as she was a young girl. I said, maybe it matters who you vote for, apparently. And an older lady standing behind me said, how do you figure? I go, seriously, ma'am? I said, you pump in trillions of dollars in the economy and not expect inflation? She goes, how do you figure? And I went, there is your average Democrat voter. And a couple behind her were smiling because they knew. Absolutely clueless.
I understand.
But you can't get through to these people. That's the problem.
Well, because the government is promising, and this is the problem. People are sure that the promise is going to come true at some point. College students were promised they were going to get their college loan debts paid off. As soon as the election was over, they threw that out the window. Notice, there is no Democrat talking about college loan debt. They still could. They could have passed it last year.
Biden even said up front, I don't know if this is legal. I doubt it, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Right. He said he was going to do it and then never did it.
But the students that own the student debt, the former students, I should say in this case, saw the exact same clip that I saw, and he says he doubts if it's legal, and they still believed it.
And because they're going to get something for free. And that's the promise. And that's the problem. We have all these promises that whether it's climate change, whether it's international policy, whether it's talking about domestic with our taxes, our student loans. It's gun safety. You're being told over and over again, you're going to be better off. Just obey. Don't think. Don't question.
I'll use a sports analogy because a lot of younger people like sports, especially guys. Right? You get a team with a brand new coach, and he brags how he's going to win a division, and all these players are top notch, and we're going to do the best, and they end up 3-11. So the next year comes around, they end up 4-10, and this goes on for a number of years. Well, these fans are going to start to get disillusioned, but not when it comes to politics. For some reason, those rules don't apply anymore. I don't know why. It
sounds like you're talking about the Browns football team. They promise every year they're going to have the best year ever. If you follow football.
I'm going to have some people probably unsub from my channel, but I'm actually a lifelong Cowboy fan.
Well, we'll let that go. I'm Giants.
Well,
when I watched NFL, I was a Giants fan.
When my boy was real young, my father was a devout Giant fan, and he wanted his first grandson to be a Giant fan too, so they could sit around on Sundays, And then when my boy picked the Cowboys, he literally had a fit. He said I brainwashed my kid into taking the Cowboys. It was funny.
Well,
but the thing is, though, I use the analogy because how many videos you get to see on YouTube of interviewing students and man on the street stuff, and they know they haven't kept their promises for decades and decades, but yet they still follow them. The cult has them, and nothing will release them. And not only aren't they getting deprogrammed, they're adding more people onto their roles that are cult members. It doesn't seem to have an end. How do you stop that?
Because we have to stop saying, one, we have to stop believing a empty promise where there is no effectiveness, no efficiency.
They don't care about that, obviously, because they keep voting for the same people.
Hang on. It's because people have an endless well of hope, and they have feelings. And you feel good being told that you're going to get something free if you just obey. Don't think, don't question.
How many times did Lucy put the football out before Charlie Brown says no?
Well, considering that Charlie Brown has never kicked the football, that gives you an answer.
But it's again, how many times are they going to be disappointed before they say, wait a minute, maybe there's something to miss here?
They're never going to say that because there's always going to be the promise that tomorrow they're going to make it come true. If you just give them more power, if you just obey more.
They can screw up as badly as humanly possible, and it doesn't matter.
They are failing as much as humanly possible. And you're hearing the news media tells you every day, it's not a problem. Remember, all through 2022, inflation, you just don't understand. It's not a problem. You're paying literally everyone. Go back, look at our every weekly Sunday live stream we did in 2022. And every episode we told you, buy extra food because it's going to be more expensive. We told you inflation was real and we're going into recession. Today, we now have the major media finally saying, well, inflation is kind of real and a recession is kind of happening, but don't worry, you're going to be okay. Throughout the entire year, they told you, nope, that's just a lie.
It gets to a point where you're sitting on your roof as the floodwaters are reaching the second floor, and you're listening to the radio, and the announcer says, we're going to have heavy rains today. And I go, oh, okay. Yeah, that's about what it's come down to.
Well, and we have to speak up. That's why it's so important when I started off with the Twitter files and what's happening, the change in Twitter that's happened overnight, literally yesterday.
Yeah, I did a couple episodes of that as well. It was actually very informative. There's a lot of information in that. Yeah,
the Twitter files have been revealing a lot, that we have been suppressed and silenced. But the fact that we're seeing, as I announced today, and no one else has announced this, that they're reversing their policies, they're opening up the doors, we have to take advantage of it. We have to. Because if we don't take advantage of it, we're going to lose this.
No, I gotcha.
And this is where we get the opportunity to have this conversation. That's why I'm talking about, I could be talking about the top news, the popular stuff that comes in and out, entertainment, and I'd make a lot of money. Or I could be a Democrat and I'd be making tons of money and I'd be more politically powerful. I don't, because this is more important.
But the thing is, though, it's really, really hard to make the connection on all these conflicts around the world and all the things that are going on.
But it's not.
How it affects the average working person. They're having trouble making the connection.
It's not that hard. The connection of Southeast Asia.
It kind of is. If you're not political junkies like you and I.
No. But here's how it's simple, Mike. John, excuse me. Let me make it simple for you. It's called a war. It's American troops dying. It's your sons, your daughters, your dads dying. That's what it is.
The vast majority of American people during the Vietnam conflict, except for the inflation, had zero effect on their lives.
I don't agree with that.
There wasn't that many in the war compared to the population of the country. No. You think the banker or the person that works down the post office, unless they had a relative in there that was either wounded or killed, they weren't affected at all, except for maybe the inflation that was going on. That's it.
Well, the connection is it's not only just in your family, but your family.
But people don't see past their own vision. They see it themselves, their families, and everything else is. I'll get to it when I solve my problems. Everybody only has their own little world, and me included.
Well, your problem is inflation. My problem's inflation. Everyone's problem in the world is inflation. And these are the things that are making inflation. Wars make things more expensive, and the recessions make things more expensive.
That's why we're getting the converts that we're getting, because it's starting to affect their wallet.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse.
But a lot of younger people that are in the cult have no money at all. But they're still living in mommy's house, daddy's house.
But they're being
not affected
promised
by any of this stuff. They still have time to go to protest, and they come back and get a free dinner.
You know what? We've all been 20 and never thought about what's going to happen by the time we're 30. But the fact is, they need to start thinking about that. And those 20-year-olds 10 years ago are 30 now and realizing those policies didn't work, and they're in worse shape than before.
I used to believe that. I used to believe the old school, like, well, when they grow up and get out in the real world, they have to make their own way, and as they get older, they'll become more conservative. That used to be true for a very long time. That's not so true anymore. Now we got 30, 40, 50-year-olds that were part of that same cycle that never really grew up. That's kind of an urban legend now. It doesn't count as much as it used to that they're going to grow up as they get older, because that's starting to be not true.
Yeah, and the baby boomer generation is dying. It is true. Whether it takes an extra 5 years for them to realize it doesn't matter.
Mike, don't remind me, dude. I was born in 56.
Well, I'm not saying it because of that, but I'm saying there's a smaller amount of baby boomers able to take care of their kids. So if it went, in my generation, it was 20, but you're a hippie in your 20s, and by your 30s, you realize that doesn't work. Maybe now it's 35, but it's happening.
As sinister as this sounds, I'm on the tail end of the baby boomers, basically 1960 ended it roughly. I was born in 56.
Yeah.
As the baby boomers age out, i.e. pass away, that is the rock bed concrete base of the current Democrat Party. As they start to age out, they're going to have a hard time replacing those hardcore voters, and then we'll see what happens. I know it sounds like people dying is a negative thing, but maybe it's just a turn of the cycle of generations that rock bed will vote for Democrats no matter what. Person that's right now, say in their late 60s, early 70s, early 80s, they're going to age out. They can't replace them with hardcore voters, so maybe the change will come then.
Well, we got to get that change happening sooner and sooner, because it's getting worse.
History moves like a tree growing, man. History moves slow.
Well, history from any one person's point of view, but as a larger view, it happens pretty fast. This is all happening very fast.
Well, how's that saying go? Change a little bit, change a little bit, change a little bit, change a little bit, and then it changes quick.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you heard anyone else besides my channel talking about what's happening in Southeast Asia, what's happening in Iran?
I mention it on occasion, but not that often, no.
All right. And I talk about it every week. I talk about the food shortage for a year. I've been talking about Americans still being trapped in Afghanistan for more than a year, for about 2 years now. I've been talking about that. These are the things that are affecting us. And
but the survey says that the average young American, or average American for that matter, has a less attention span than a goldfish. That's the reality as well.
But that's because no one's talking to them. I'm trying to. And I know I'm a small channel. Please subscribe so we can grow and reach more people. But it's because we're being told obey, not question. We're not critically thinking, we're obeying.
It's difficult for guys like you and I to gauge the amplifying effect that you and I have. And I'll tell you what I mean. We convert 3 or 4 or 5 people. That's 3 or 4 or 5 that weren't converted before. I can live with that. But all those 3 or 4 or 5 people, how many of them are going to go out and convert? And the amplifying effect, that's the part you can't measure. That's the part that we hope is happening.
Yeah. But that's all we can do. But I think
there's no way to measure that. We just have to hope that's happening.
I'm not trying to measure it. I'm just saying we've got to reach more.
It would be nice to know that, all of our work is not for naught or very little effect. It's not an ego thing. It's know that we're on the right track and we're getting through to people. That's not a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing. And I think it's important that we have to get back to the core of America. One of those things, those cores, is being responsible for yourself and accountable.
We'll go back to the original world stage. Let these guys duke out their own problems. It's about time the adults said you're on your own.
We have to do that. The same answer is domestic as it is international. We have to let people. The government can't save everyone.
America first, and if we can help somebody else, if we have the capability, and it's really that important, yes. If not, the world survives a long time without America.
If Americans can't take care of themselves, then they can't help anyone else.
There are horrible histories of wars in Europe and in Asia and almost everywhere. If that's what they want to do, thanks, buddy, but no thanks. I'm going to take care of my house, which is my country.
Yeah, we have to. If we don't there's nothing wrong with America First policy. If we can't take care of ourselves.
That's not isolationism, by the way.
I didn't say isolationism, but if we can't take care.
A lot of people would be critical of that.
Well, here's the thing. If you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anyone else. We can't help the world if we can't help ourselves. It's funny
you see that. That's Jordan Peterson's mantra.
It's way older than Jordan
Peterson.
Peterson.
Clean up your room. You can't get your own house in order. How do you expect to fix somebody else's?
This is as old as humanity. If you can't take care of yourself, you can't help anyone else. If your house is on fire, you can't put the fire out in your neighbor's house.
But in all fairness to Europe and Asia, especially NATO and the European countries, we've been offering them money since World War II. And they'd be dumb to say no.
I'm not blaming people who want free stuff.
But the thing is, though, we're going to be the bad guy. We're going to be the bad guy if we stop giving it to them.
So be the bad guy. It's not free. And more importantly, this is wasting money. I'll go again to Pakistan, $200 million for gender studies. Ukraine, $100 billion. We get nothing for this. Jordan, we gave them $30 million for their border security. One of the richest countries in the world, Jordan, and we're giving them $30 million for border security. Why?
Well, I teeter between incredible, off the hook, absolutely hard to describe incompetency, or it's a underlying plot to destroy America economically on the world stage.
Well, whether it's a plot or not, we are destroying. The reason why you're paying 300% more for eggs in just a year is because we're spending this money. We're wasting money.
Oh no, I got my gas bill for December.
I bet that was fun.
Oh yeah, because I got a big house. I'm the only one in here. I mean, I got a lot of the vents turned off, but even still, it's an older house. And I have a 2-year-old furnace. Can you imagine what it was if I had a newer one?
Probably less.
Yeah, it'd be double that.
Well, I would think it'd less. I think the older stuff.
No. I mean, if I had to replace the furnace, it'd probably be double.
But let me move forward on this. At the end of the day, let me ask you a very simple question. Do you believe that the U.S. has a defined international policy or domestic policy?
The Biden has what now?
A defined international foreign policy or a domestic
Oh no,
policy?
they use a magic 8 ball to do their foreign policy.
What about domestic policy?
I wouldn't say better, but a different guessing. They're using a dartboard for domestic policy.
Okay, and I think
it's horrible. I mean, any first year economics student was laughing at all of this. If they weren't brainwashed from their professors, they're laughing.
Well, sadly,
but they see the polls. They're still got 43% approval rating for Biden. Why should they change? Why would they smarten up if they don't have to?
Because of HR 61, as an example, which I'm going to get to in a little bit. And I'm going to talk about, I don't know if you've heard about HR 61.
But all I got to say is that in order to make policies like foreign policy, domestic policy, wars, Ukraine, North and South Korea, the list is endless. You've got to find out somehow to simplify the rhetoric. Not that people are stupid, but they need to simplify the rhetoric to show how it affects them personally. That's the trick.
Well, there's a lot that's about to happen.
That's not that easy. But I think it's slowly working. So we'll have to find out. I mean, hope, how's that go? Hope is the only emotion stronger than fear.
It's also the only thing left in Pandora's box, which tells you something.
No, I understand. No, hope that things will get better for like you and I hope. That's the only thing that gets over our fear that the whole thing is going to collapse.
Yeah. Well,
hope is stronger than fear. It always has been. We'll see if the hope runs out or not.
Yeah, we'll see. And don't worry, keep watching the show. We're going to be talking about gun control. We're going to be talking about HR 61.
Oh, yeah, they're going to raise the cigarettes up another $1 a pack.
That's not even the worst thing.
No, what I'm saying is just more stupidity piled on more stupidity on more stupidity.
I wish that was the worst thing to deal with, but
oh no, that's not the worst by far. But it shows a mindset that's just out of control.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you about HR 61 in a minute. You'll hear about out of control. But
anyway, though, have a good day, folks, and have a good New Year's, everybody.
Yep, and thank you for calling in, John. And keep watching the show. You're going to hear so much more. It's interesting.
Yeah, and a little shameless plug. If anybody wants to check out Cordisco's Corner, please do.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think my content is worthy enough, please subscribe.
Yep. And I had mentioned it earlier in the comments as well.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Mike.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, folks, just like you just heard John, you are able to call into this program, too, from anywhere in the world. You are able to express your point of view. It doesn't matter if you agree with me or not. Whether you agree 100% or not at all, it's okay. You can be a progressive, a Democrat, a libertarian, a conservative, a Republican, and have a totally different point of view. I'm happy to hear what you have to say. You want to tell me I'm ugly? You want to tell me I'm old? I don't care. You want to tell me why you think I'm wrong or why you think things are better than they are? I'm open to hear that. Tell me why you think that inflation isn't a problem. Tell me why you think that having less in your tax return in 2023 is going to be good for you, America, or anyone in the world. If you think spending $200 million for gender studies in Pakistan, $30 million for a wall in Jordan, or $100 billion for the Ukraine with no way of getting any of this money back, if you think that's good and that's worth the inflation and the interest rate increase, that's costing you more on your credit cards, your loans. If you think that's a good thing, tell me why. Please explain that to me. How this is helping us feed children, how it is giving us housing for the homeless, how we're taking care of our veterans by taking the money we don't have and spending it on countries that will never give it back to us. I am happy to hear that conversation from anyone, any elected official. Please, I beg of you, call in and explain to me how spending $1 billion on illegal aliens, giving them a quality of life double American citizens, is a benefit to you and me. I would love to hear that. But I've been asking that question for years, and they won't answer. Let me move on a little bit. let's talk about the pandemic for a second. Just as a notice, this is coming from CNN Health. And this is for all of these, what are the fact checkers out there that love to hate this channel. This is from the CNN. The CDC identifies that there is a possible safety issue with Pfizer's updated... Stop. The CDC identifies possible safety issues with Pfizer's updated COVID-19 vaccine, but says people should still get boosted. What this is saying, what CNN has said, and what the CDC has said, is that it has been identified that there is a potential issue with the vaccine coming from, this is coming from Pfizer and biotech, that you should be aware of, that there may be a risk. And they're saying it's not a really big risk, it's not a true risk, it's just a risk that they have to publicly mention. Hello, hot chicks, it's good to see you there. And they're saying that for people that are 65 and older, you may have a stroke risk. And I know that my friend, and here it is, the CDC said that its vaccine study, its vaccine safety monitoring systems, a near real-time surveillance system, called the Vaccine Safety Data Link, detected a possible increase in a certain kind of stroke in people 65 and older who recently got a Pfizer updated booster shot. Not major news. It hasn't been major news, but we want to share this with you. And I don't think it's limited to those who are 65 and older. I recently had 2 different friends who had minor strokes, who were in better health than I am. And the one thing that's consistent in these individuals is the fact that they all had booster shots. Now, I am not a doctor. I am not giving you medical advice. I am sharing the evidence and information from CNN and the CDC. And the CDC has said that there are certain kinds of stroke that may happen if you get the Pfizer updated booster. Possible. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm not spreading any disinformation. I'm giving you the information as reported by CNN and the CDC. So the censors can kiss my butt. This isn't something that, don't shut down my channel for this, even though I think they already have. That they're already pressuring us because we're talking to you. But I think it's important that you know this because it's not big news. I haven't seen this all over the place. And I think it needs to be discussed. You need to talk to your doctor again about these vaccines and don't fall into this mandate. You're required to do this. Remember, you were being demonized a year ago, told that if you were not vaccinated, you're going to die. That's what Joe Biden said. Not true. Didn't happen. We were told that if we didn't wear masks and get all the vaccines, that the world was going to end. There's 8 billion people in the world. The population in the world increased. Guess what? This isn't the end of the world. I want you to speak to your doctors and have a conversation with them. Don't merely obey, but you have to ask a question and say, does this make sense for you? Is this the best thing? And the fact is, and when your doctor says, well, why would you ask that? Because CNN Health and the CDC have said this could be a problem. And I don't think it's limited to just people who are 65 and older. And the links to everything that we're discussing will be in the description on the show. You can look in there and you'll be able to see this. Okay? Okay, yeah, they're talking about the classified documents. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But again, I just wanted to bring that up, that this is part of a public health service, that we're helping to spread the word that you should be aware of this. And you should have a conversation with your doctor because no one else in the news media really wants to talk about it. You're supposed to just obey. And all the people who had those vaccine protests that we covered, that we were covering in 2020 and 2021, all the vaccine protests that we went to in the southern tier of New York, thousands of people, doctors, showing up and going on the record interviews with us, which we have covered. You can check it out on the channel, where we went to the vaccine mandate protest and we had doctors telling us this may not be everything you're promised. As we watched Joe Biden promise us, Joe Biden promised that if you get the vaccine, you're not going to get sick. That's not true. That you won't be able to catch COVID. That's not true. That you won't die. That's not true. That you can't spread it. That's not true. They changed the definition of what a vaccine is just so that they could pressure you. And now they're telling you there's side effects, potentially side effects, that you may get a kind of stroke. Speak to your doctor, because that's the evidence coming from the CDC and CNN that they don't want to make mainstream and push out there for your health and safety. We will. Just like they don't want to talk about the global food crisis and the fact there's 30% less food in the world, which is part of the reason why food is so expensive today. They don't want to talk about that. We will. That's why we get suppressed. That's why it took 4 years for Twitter to finally respond to our request to do ads. 4 years, because we were suppressed 4 years. And I guarantee you, if Twitter was suppressing us, Facebook and YouTube are absolutely doing it too. But we're not going to stop. Let me switch gears again before I get to HR 61. Good news, Republicans don't have to worry about smoking in Congress anymore. One of the successes that they have, they ended the smoking ban in Congress. Don't you feel good? Didn't that make a difference for you? One of the first things that they did under McCarthy as Speaker, Speaker McCarthy changed the rules and they can smoke in Congress. Mind you, you can't. You can't open up a business and be smoking friendly. You can't open up a bar. You can't have a restaurant, any kind of business, and allow people to make the choice. You don't have the right to put a sign out in front and said, smoking okay or smoking prohibited. You don't have that freedom. But members of Congress do. Isn't that great? Don't you feel good? Hey, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy, do better. There's a problem here. I don't care if you can smoke in Congress. I care if businesses get to make the choice, if American people get to make the choice, to have the freedom to choose for themselves. And this is a microcosm of the problem that we're talking about here. You don't get a choice. The government is cutting your choices, but they have all kinds of choices. That's why we've got AOC with a Tesla. That's why Cori Bush has private security that costs $70,000 paid for by you. You're paying for her to have $70,000 worth of private security to protect her. But you don't get to be protected. You're not getting any benefit. No one's helping you out. Hot chicks, I wouldn't say mandate smoking, but I am a smoker. And I don't like the fact that people want to say, well, you're evil or bad or somehow less than human for making a choice, a personal choice. That's the problem we have to deal with. And at the same time, the elected officials aren't being given the same restrictions that everyone else has. That's an example of elitism. I am upset about the smoking ban, not because Congress can or can't smoke. It's because American citizens don't get that choice that they now have, that they've been fighting to get. Fight for me. The last person who should have a choice is Congress. After the American people get the choice of whether they want to ban smoking in their businesses, in their restaurants, in their homes, after you get the choice as the American people, then Congress should get the choice, not before. Because if we do it this way, this is about elitism. Republicans, Congress has a choice the American people don't have. That's a problem. They never should have a choice or a freedom that the American people don't have first. Ever. Dow mentions that the proxy war in the Ukraine, the orders of compliance from our government, all are being sold as some sort of moral victory, and we're supposed to be satisfied as citizens with their decisions. I, it's very I'm just so upset with so many of these things that, and you're right, Dal. This is being told, if you don't obey, you're the bad guy. I'm sorry. I'm not a bad guy for saying that government should be held to the same standard as American citizens. And we're going to get into Biden and his documents, his classified documents, in a moment about how the rules are different for him than for everyone else in America. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And I'm going to talk about HR 61, about demonizing Americans for having the wrong color of skin. I'm going to get to that in just a second. And gun safety. Let's talk a little bit about that. Because again, these are all issues that are affecting you every day, whether you're paying attention to it or not. Dow says, Congress is shouting about dress codes. As long as they're not dressing like Schwab's Bride of Satan outfit, who cares? I don't care how, you know what? It is a choice of politicians how they dress. And if they want to dress, if they want to walk in a nightgown, if they want to dress like they're going out to a club, if they want to be in a bikini, I don't care. By the way, that's for either sex. I don't care. If the men want to come in bikinis and the women want to come in three-piece suits, I don't care. If they all want to wear meat suits like they're Lady Gaga, I don't care. Because that's not the issue that matters to America. Whether they have to wear uniforms like Hot Chicks has suggested, or whether they're walking around as if they're at the beach, it doesn't change the job. The job isn't about whether or not you're wearing a hoodie. It's about whether or not you are doing something effective for the American people. Not just doing something, but doing something effective. I brought this up I was talking at the Liberty First Foundation on Friday. They have a roundtable every Friday night. And I was talking to them about the ATF has just decided in their power alone that they're going to change the rules. They're going to change the law. And that where is it? Here it is. And this is Reuters lying to the American people. This is Reuters. Came out on January 13th, on Friday. And they said, Reuters said, a stabilizing brace is an attachment to a pistol that functionally turns it into a short barrel rifle, similar to a sawed-off shotgun. This is the lie. There is no connection, there is no similarity between a rifle, a handgun, and a shotgun. There's nothing. They're not the same at all. First of all, they don't even fire the same. The effective range of a handgun, the effective range of a rifle is several hundred yards. Let me say it again. Several hundred yards. The effective range of a handgun is 50, 50 feet. And I want to show it to you. Where is it? Hey, I'm coming up. There it is. A pistol fires 50 yards. A rifle fires several hundred yards. They're not the same, but Reuters is telling you they're exactly the same. If you just put on an extra piece to your pistol, a little bit of equipment, it suddenly becomes a rifle. No, it doesn't. No, that's a lie, because the bullet will never be the same. These are rifle bullets, a .223. That's the most common rifle bullet in America. Here's a 9mm bullet. Do you notice the difference in size? There's all that gunpowder in here that isn't in a 9mm. This is going to fly farther. By the way, this is the 50mm that Sheila Jackson Lee thinks is fired from the same gun that fires a .223, a rifle. This is your regular rifle. Whether it's an M16, a hunting rifle, they're almost all firing a .223. This is what she thinks they fire. This is why we have politicians who have no idea what's going on, because they're lying to you. And this is like Reuters telling you they're exactly the same. They're firing the same kind of bullet. Really? Do you understand? This is a handgun. These are rifles. That right there in the corner, that's a shotgun shell. They're not the same. They'll never be the same. But they're doing this to tell you you don't have a choice. That the ATF made the decision for you and you have to obey. The ATF isn't Congress. They can't make law. They didn't create the National Firearms Act, and this isn't part of the National Firearms Act. They are lying to you. And Congress is busy worrying about whether they can smoke or not, or how they're dressed up. And my problem is the ATF is making rules they don't have a right to make. They're taking away your freedom. That Reuters is lying to your face, saying that the bullet is somehow going to fire different in a handgun or a rifle or a shotgun, that they're all the same. It's a lie. They're trying to make you think that this is RoboCop and this is some Hollywood movie and they all fire exactly the same. That the handgun in RoboCop is the same thing as a machine gun. They're not the same. They've never been the same. But they want to push this lie so that you obey. Be afraid, do what you're told, and don't ask questions. And the elites will live a better life than you will. They will live in gated communities. They'll have walls around their houses and cameras and security to protect them. And you get nothing. It's just like what we see with the Ukraine. It's just like what we're seeing with Pakistan. It's the problem that we have in Southeast Asia. You get nothing. And the government gets more power. The government gets to do what it wants. You have to obey. And if you ask a question, you're the problem. And that really pisses me off. Because not only is the ATF unconstitutionally breaking the law, this is unconstitutional. That they're going to say that a handgun is a rifle, and that means it's a machine gun, and therefore you can't have it. Screw you. The ATF is wrong. They don't have that right. And there are millions of women, whether they're moms or in families, that are being put in harm's way because they're saying, well, your handgun is a rifle, so you don't get to have one. It's because that means it's a machine gun. They're not the same thing. And they're doing this all over the place. So let's talk about the gun control. Hang on a second. Let me say this. So let's talk about the new gun control laws. And not only is the ATF now trying to tell you that there is no difference between a handgun, a shotgun, and a rifle, but Maryland is going out and they're telling you that they have even more bans, that they are going to break the law in a way that New York State didn't even think of. That you cannot have a firearm anywhere that there are other people. If people are out, this is part of their Senate bill, Gun Safety Act of 2023, that you will not be able to have a firearm legally at schools, hospitals, libraries, synagogues, churches, mosques, parks, restaurants, anywhere the public is gathering. I want you to hear that. Anywhere the public is gathering. I mean, you can have it in your house, but that's it. Because anywhere else, well, that's where the public is. That you might see another human being, and that's too much for Maryland. Can you think about that? Where do you think crime happens? Because most crime isn't happening in your house. It's happening in your neighborhood. It might be at a church, a synagogue, a mall. It might be in a park or where people are gathering. You don't see the mass shootings happening in someone's house. They happen at schools, at malls, at parks, where the public is gathered. And the fact that you say it's a gun-free zone doesn't make you safe. It has never made you safe. 85% of all mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. 85% of all mass shootings happen where restrictions exist on either age or the type of firearm, the number of bullets. They break every single law. And now Maryland is trying to convince you It is Maryland State Senator Jeff Waldstreicher, I think that's how I pronounce his name, is saying, well, this is going to make you safe. The state Senate president of Maryland, Bill Ferguson of District 46, is saying, you're going to be safe. But you're not. In fact, he says, and I'm quoting here, this is the Senate President Bill Ferguson, it is a top primary concern for the state of Maryland. It has been, and it will continue to be. If people don't feel safe, nothing matters. This is what they're focused on in Maryland. They want you to feel safe. They don't want you to actually be safe, because those are two very different things. They're two very different things. They don't want women to be safe. They want you to feel safe. So they want you to think that because they just put out a bill that says you can't carry a gun in public outside your house. You cannot walk outside your house with a gun, that the Crips, the Bloods, MS-13, a crackhead are suddenly going to pay attention to the law and go, I can't take that gun with me because it's illegal. Are you serious? Is the state of Maryland serious? Do they think the people of the state of Maryland or anywhere in America are that dumb? I know in New York State they think that. Kathy Hochul absolutely believes that people are that dumb. But let's think about this. We've got the ATF trying to convince you that a handgun is the same as a rifle as is a shotgun, because if they were all the same, they'd have the same name. No. They want you to think they're all the same so that you can't have any of them. And the state of Maryland wants you to think that because they passed another law saying you can't carry a gun anywhere in the public, that criminals are suddenly going to listen to the law. Here's a definition they haven't changed yet. Criminals break the law. By definition, they are a criminal because they don't follow the law. So you can pass a law and say you can't carry a gun in public, and the Crips, the Bloods, MS-13, all the various gangs, crackheads, meth heads, heroin addicts don't care. The criminally deranged, the mentally unstable do not care. You're not making anyone safe. You may make them feel safe because that's all that Maryland cares about. Again, the only thing that Maryland State Senate President Bill Ferguson cares about, the only thing that State Senator Jeff Waldstreicher cares about is how you feel, not about how you live. And that's a problem, because they're not making you safe. It is not going to stop a single criminal. And there's my problem with all the gun control. It isn't making you safe. It isn't stopping a single criminal. It's not stopping a single gang. It's not stopping a single crazy, deranged, insane terrorist in the world. They aren't stopping. It's stopping you. And if you happen to be a young woman and you want to protect yourself because you happen to be 5'1", 5'2", 5'3", you may weigh 100, 115, 130 pounds, and you're being attacked by someone who's 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", weighs somewhere between 250, 275 pounds. You are outclassed by 50, 75, 100 pounds. They're saying you can't protect yourself. They don't want to say those words, but that's what they are saying to you. This is a direct statement to women that you should feel safe and not be safe. That the women in Maryland cannot protect themselves at schools, hospitals, libraries, synagogues, church, mosques, parks, restaurants, or anywhere that the public exists. That the moment you walk out your door, you aren't safe, and they don't care. I know the news media isn't going to say it that way. The politicians won't say it that way. They won't be that blunt or honest, but that is the consequence. And we need to have these honest conversations. What does this law mean? Women can't protect themselves. Families can't protect themselves. Remember the guy in Indiana who saved dozens of lives at the Indiana Mall because he had a firearm at the mall and stopped a shooter, a mass shooter? Think about that for a second. In Maryland, you don't get that safety because in Maryland, you as an innocent law-abiding gun owner aren't able to protect your family in that mall. You can't protect yourself in that mall. But the mass shooter didn't care. The mass shooter, the criminal, the deranged, they didn't care. They never care. That's why they're a criminal. That's why they're crazy. But you don't get to protect yourself. And they're going to tell you, and now you're safe. If that's so effective, if that's so real, why is it that New York State, California, Illinois, they have some of the highest crime rates? They have some of the most violent crimes in the nation. Why is it that Chicago leads the United States more years than not, almost every single year, in the number of shootings and drive-bys by gangs? If these gun laws worked, if this gun control was effective, why aren't you safe? Because it's a lie, and you're supposed to obey. And people like Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who we have covered before, is an idiot. She is telling you these lies so that you will just obey. Remember when she said that under HR 127, she said that having an M16 is like carrying something that weighs 10 boxes. I don't even know what that means. That's not a measurement of weight. I don't know what she thinks 10 boxes weigh. But obviously, it's more than what a 12-year-old can carry. She's weaker than a 12-year-old because 12-year-olds carry M16s and can fire them. She says it fires an again, I want to show you this. According to Sheila Jackson Lee, where is it? There it is. She thinks that an M16, which fires this bullet, is firing that bullet. This is the lie they want you to believe. And they promise that you're going to be safe because you will feel safe. And I wish that was the worst thing that they were doing. Mike Bowie mentions they want us completely dependent on the government for everything. Well, of course they do. Because the government has more power. That's what the ATF is doing. That's what we see with the FBI under Merrick Garland. They have a separate set of rules for you and not them. They don't have to worry about a smoking ban. You do. They don't pay taxes. You do. They get armed security. You don't. You don't even get police. They want to defund the police. They get to protect themselves. You can't even wear a bulletproof vest. That's in New York State. You can't wear a bulletproof vest. That's a crime. It's illegal to passively protect yourself. And I wish that was the only thing. They have all these different rules for what they want versus what you want. Sheila Jackson Lee has gone at this on the screen. You probably haven't heard about it. There's an Afghan soldier, a guy who fought for the United States in Afghanistan, and he is an illegal alien. He broke the United States law. He tried to illegally come into America. Now, the news story from the Texas Tribune says that this guy who they call Wasi, he crossed 3 different continents to come to America to be with his brother, who legally is a naturalized citizen. That this guy crossed 3 different continents and he tried to come into America to be with his brother. And we should feel bad for him, except he's a criminal. He broke the law. He broke the law. Now, I understand. They make this very minimal in this story. The Texas Tribune doesn't want to mention that the Biden administration abandoned all the Afghanis who worked with America for 20 years, for 2 decades. And he just abandoned them, along with 5,000 Americans who are still in Afghanistan 2 years later. They don't want to talk about that because then you'd say Biden failed. No, they don't want to touch that. But they want you to feel bad for this guy. Now, because Sheila Jackson Lee wants this guy to enter America, to break the law, and not have a criminal record. Because she wants him, she doesn't want the rules to apply to Wasi, because she doesn't want the rules to apply to this illegal immigrant. We have to change the rules. We have to give him an exception. Look, this is power. This is the difference between the elites and you. Because she likes that one guy. There are 5 million people that tried to enter America illegally since Joe Biden has been in office. We have 250,000 people a month trying to illegally enter America. We have caught at least 6 terrorists trying to enter America illegally since Joe Biden has been in office. And she wants to change the rules for one guy. You mean there is no other person who is trying to enter America illegally that doesn't have a family member, that isn't someone who's a good guy or a good woman who have tried to protect people and save lives, that none of them matter, just who she likes? This is about her preference. This is about Sheila Jackson Lee using her power to do what she wants. Because we should be answering the problem about the border. We should be dealing with the 250,000 people a month, the hundreds of thousands of children who are being abused because they are being sent by themselves with sex slave gangs and drug dealers to travel 1,000, maybe 2,000 miles on foot to enter America. She doesn't care about them. She doesn't care about those children or that child abuse or those sex slaves. She cares about this one guy. One guy. She doesn't even care about the Americans that were abandoned in Afghanistan. She doesn't care about the Afghanis who worked with America for 2 decades. She cares about one guy. And she wants the rules to change for that one guy because she says so. That's the reality of what we are dealing with. Is that not insulting? Isn't that a problem? Tell me how that is not autocratic, a dictatorship. How that is stripping away. She is a member of Congress. If she wants people like him to come into America, change the law. Go to your constituents, get their support, write up a law, and change the law. But she knows Americans don't want open borders. So she won't change the law. She won't even try to change the law. She's just going to use her power for her benefit. That's an abuse of power. Look, I understand that this guy, Wasi, is probably a good guy. He fought with American soldiers for 2 decades, helping us fight against ISIS, the Taliban, and Al-Qaeda. And he was abandoned unjustly. He was thrown to the wolves, along with 5,000 American citizens, by the Biden-Harris administration, running away like a scared child, which has had consequences across the world. It's only after America ran away from Afghanistan that Putin said, oh, I'm going to invade Ukraine. It was only after Biden ran away and forced the troops to run that the Taliban got tanks and helicopters and money and power. It was only after Afghanistan that North Korea started firing missiles like they're candy. It's only after Afghanistan that Japan and South Korea lost all confidence in America. These things are all connected. But Sheila Jackson Lee doesn't care about any of that because she's not trying to fix any of those problems. She just wants to help one person that she likes. My God, the bias that woman has. And by the way, this guy's getting taken care of. You know, they have raised $915 for this guy. They want to get $100,000 to give this guy a dentist because he's a criminal, because he broke our law. This is the reward. They have convinced people that breaking the law means you deserve to get rewarded. They are trying to raise $100,000 on GoFundMe to give Wasi Safi, a guy who broke our law, your money. They want you to give him money for breaking the law so that Sheila Jackson Lee will feel good. Does that make sense? Is anyone trying to give you money to pay for your bills? Maybe you're a mom, maybe you're a dad, you're in a family, you have kids, you're raising your kids, you're feeding your kids, you're sending them to school, the kid is doing well. No one's trying to help pay your bills. No one's trying to pay for this channel. I lost a dozen websites that I had because I can't pay the bill. I've had this channel shut down. I've had my phone shut down in the last 2 years because I don't have the money. I'm not rich. And yeah, I do have a PayPal and I say, please donate to me. But I'm not getting the money that BLM got. They got $90 million. They bought 6 mansions. Sean King got $40,000. He got over $100,000. He spent $40,000 on buying a pet dog. They want to give $100,000 to this one illegal alien as New York City wants to spend $1 billion, $60,000 each on illegal aliens to make them comfortable. But you don't get anything. You get to pay for it. Dow says, just another acknowledgement that we are in a period where there are globalist forces leading the way to reinstate feudalism and the general populace are serfs. I've said that many times. These are neo-nobles and they're treating us like peasants and serfs, that we are peons. And this is an example of it. Because on high, Sheila Jackson from on high is decreeing that she has made a decision for this one guy. And the hundreds of thousands, including 5,000 Americans, they don't matter. Don't think about it. Don't ask a question. Obey. Obey her because she said so. Because she's never wrong. She's never gotten it wrong when she talks about gun control. She doesn't ever make mistakes because she always knows what she's talking about. And Representative Sheila Jackson Lee is also the same person who is telling you that she's going to protect you from white supremacy. This is H.R. 61. She just put this through on January 9th of 2023, leading the way against White Supremacy Act of 2023. Let me say this. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee is a racist. I will say it again. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who is this woman, this black woman, is a racist. And if you think black people can't be racist, well then, let me read to you what her bill does. And you should care about this, whether you're white or not, you should care. H.R. 61, to prevent and prosecute white supremacy-inspired hate crime and conspiracy to commit white supremacy-inspired hate crime, and to amend Title 18 United States Code to expand the scope. I want to read this to you. I want you to hear this. It's here. This is how simple it is. I don't have to go any further than the description of this. My God, you need to pay attention to this, folks. You need to clip this part and share it with your friends. And I'm going to get back to the comments in a second. A person engages in white supremacy inspired hate crime. So you've committed a crime when white supremacy ideology, whatever that might be, has motivated the planning, development, preparation, or perpetration of actions that constituted a crime or were undertaken in furtherance of that activity, if effectuated, would have constituted a crime. Keywords here. If you do anything, if a crime happens, this doesn't need a crime. You are guilty. According to Sheila Jackson Lee, you are guilty of a crime because she said so. You didn't actually commit a crime. There is no crime that actually happens. But if they think that they don't like your ideology, the way that you think, the way that you speak, well, that might one day possibly lead to a crime. So therefore, it is a crime. This is groupthink. This is the government saying that if you think the wrong way, you are a criminal. And that is insane. If you don't think the way that Sheila Jackson Lee wants you to think, you are a white supremacist and a criminal. This goes back to Joe Biden at Philadelphia in his Reichstag speech, saying that if you are MAGA, you want to make America great. If you don't agree with him, if you have any question, then you are a domestic terrorist. You are a problem. You are the problem if you don't obey. My God, this is upset. Please clip this part and show this to everyone. Go to the links in the description and read this for yourself. You don't need to go further than the first thing. It is a crime to not think the way that they want you to think, that Sheila Jackson Lee and Joe Biden want you to think. If you are not a progressive and don't think like a progressive, you are a criminal. And please, don't think that this is limited to just white people, okay? Because it's white supremacy ideology. That can mean make America great again. That could be an America First policy. That could be being a patriot. Maybe you're part of the Tea Party. Maybe you believe in freedom of speech. Maybe you're someone that Twitter has been suppressing for years. Maybe you're someone who got kicked off of YouTube or Facebook for talking about vaccine mandates, or you were talking about taxes, or you were talking about not funding the Ukraine, or you're concerned about what's happening in Iran, or with Taiwan, or with South Korea, or Japan. That's all white supremacist ideology. Maybe you don't think gun control has been working. Maybe you think that Maryland is out of its mind for telling women that they can't defend themselves in public. That means you're a white supremacist. According to H.R. 61, you're a white supremacist. If you are a woman, or if you know a woman as an example, and I'm using women as an extreme example here, but I know there are millions of women. In fact, in 2021, 5 million women registered to have a handgun to protect themselves. Democrats and liberals. In fact, it was 40% of all women in 2021 that got a handgun were black women trying to protect themselves from the crime in cities that Democrats have allowed to go on. 40% of every person, all new gun owners in 2021 were black women. And they are saying to those women, you should be defenseless. They're saying that in New York State, they're saying that in Maryland, and they're trying to say it in every single Democrat state. You don't get to protect yourself in public. And they are telling you that if you want to protect yourself in public, you are a white supremacist, because that is a white supremacist idea, and therefore you are a criminal. In fact, and you say, well, Mike, how can you make that decision? How can you possibly say that? Again, going back to H.R. 61, reading at the bottom of the bill, the criminal offense, they are changing the wording to say that instead of saying because of a hate crime because of race, color, religion, national origin, or of any person, it's simply white supremacy. White supremacy against any person. They're changing the words. Let me get to some of the comments here. And again, if you disagree with me, if you think I am wrong, if you think H.R. 61 and Sheila Jackson Lee are absolutely right and they are protecting you, as a woman, as a person who lives in a high crime area, as an American citizen. If you think I am wrong, call in 607-242-9247 or leave a comment. Tell me why I am wrong. Tell me how this will help people not abuse the power of the government and harm you, target you, and punish you for not committing a crime, for just thinking differently. Remember, it says if effectuated. You don't have to commit the crime. They just have to think you did. They just have to accuse you of thinking the wrong way. And you are a criminal, and you will be punished. So let me go back to the comments. So Dow says, those activist projects that get all the money kind of confirms that the donors believe that if they divest their wealth into the righteous system, they will reap some kind of status boon that will benefit them and offer them protection, not realizing that the tithe they are willing to give up is the means by which they will divest themselves of any means to really survive, and they will be called first. Hot Chick says she's off the hook. Hot Chicks, how can you be off the hook? Unless you don't think America is great, unless you don't, if you obey Biden, and if you obey Sheila Jackson Lee, and you never protect yourself out in public, then yeah, you're off the hook. But everyone else is a white supremacist according to this bill. Sheila Jackson Lee is the biggest racist in Congress. And she has competition from Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and AOC. Lots of competition on being the most racist person in Congress, but I think Representative Sheila Jackson Lee takes the case. Yeah, they're punishing, Mike Bowie mentions they're punishing January 6th defendants for disagreeing. Yeah, they're punishing everyone for disagreeing. This is why it took 4 years for Twitter to look at my request for being able to put ads on Twitter, and it took them 4 years to finally say, sure. I mean, this is me giving Twitter money. That's why I started the show off with talking about that. Let me show it to you again. I spent 4 years ago, I asked Twitter to give them money so that I could tell people that we were having a Sunday weekly program. And they said, oh, we'll get back to you. 4 years later, they decided not to suppress me and saying, oh yeah, those ads you wanted to talk about in 2007 and 2019, yeah, now you can talk about them. You're free. But that's because, and now that I'm getting that freedom to actually talk about things that I want to talk about on Twitter, not YouTube, not Facebook, not Google, but just on Twitter, now that they're starting to give me some freedom, here comes Sheila Jackson Lee, a complete and absolute racist, saying that if you don't think the way she wants you to think, that you are a white supremacist and you are evil. Hot Chick says that this is an inferiority complex defense, that they have white paranoia. And Dow says it's right in line with critical race theory. Everyone not compliant are inherently a white supremacist regardless of ethnic ancestry or culture. And I know that is true because at Broome County College, or SUNY Broome, I know for a fact that I've covered the program, which they provided materials telling kids that if you do not agree with critical race theory, well, that means you're a racist. Circular logic. If you disagree with critical race theory, that proves you're a racist. That's at our colleges in New York State, funded by your tax money. Now here comes Sheila Jackson Lee, who is trying to protect one illegal immigrant, someone who was caught breaking our law and wants to forgive them of all the problems. This is a woman who says that you cannot protect yourself, and women, especially black women, since 2021. millions of black women who got their gun licenses, their licenses to protect themselves across America, no longer have the right to do so because they think different. She doesn't want you to have a gun, Sheila Jackson Lee. And if you want to be able to hold a gun, if you want to wear body armor, a bulletproof vest to passively protect you and your family, you are a racist, you are a white supremacist according to HR 61, and therefore it's a crime. Yes, this is ridiculous. And Mike Bowie asked, was bail ever set for the January 6th defendants? For 420 of them? No. They're still in jail for 2 years. They've been in jail for 2 years waiting for their time in court, and no, they don't have bail. They've just been in prison. They've been held in prison for 2 years, no bail, no court trial. Some of them don't even have charges yet. Actually, a lot of them don't even have charges yet. But they're just in jail. So to answer your question about that, Mike, no. But meanwhile, bail is perfectly, there is no bail. If you are BLM and you burn down a building, there is no bail. In fact, they will drop the charges. They did that for 10,000 people across America, 5,000 in New York State alone. They were breaking businesses, attacking people, burning down buildings. Not only did they not have bail, but they had the charges dropped. Actual physical violence, rioting in the first, second degree, actual assault. These are the crimes that we saw that were committed, and they were let go. January 6th defendants, not only do many of them have bail, but 400 or so are sitting in jail without ever being charged a crime to this day, 2 years later. It's insane. This is the difference in the systems. You are a serf. You are a peon. You're just slightly better than a slave. You are meant to obey. What did George Carlin say? You're just smart enough to run the machines and too dumb to ask a question because they don't want to hear what you have to say. You better listen to them. Sheila Jackson Lee is evil. She has been getting more evil by year. For 17 years, I have been doing political commentary. And I tell you, year by year, Sheila Jackson Lee, as she has gotten older, has become more and more racist and evil. She is now 73, and this is like the pinnacle of her evil racist ideology. That is my opinion. So the censors, if you don't like it, you don't have to. Let me say this again. If you disagree with me, if you think HR 61 will protect anyone in America, if you think HR 61 will not be abused, if you think that this is a good idea to punish people for the way they think, not for a crime, but for thinking, then please call into 607-242-9247. Tell me why. Tell me how this will protect people, not punish them. How this will be how this won't be a weapon used against the American people. Just like Joe Biden wanted when he spoke to America in Philadelphia, as he said, with the full power of the government, and said, you better obey or else, because you're an enemy of the state if you don't obey. Tina says, how is this allowed to happen in America? Where are the Republicans, the ACLU? The ACLU agrees with the progressives. The ACLU actually supports Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. They think they're the good guys. They think this is a good thing for punishing people for the way they think. And in fact, since you can't read minds and I can't read minds, and Sheila Jackson Lee certainly can't read anyone's mind, they're guessing. This is worse than the red flag laws, where someone can say, I think you're a danger to yourself and others. It's unconstitutional. It took, 5 years for that to become unconstitutional in New York State? Thank God. I've been fighting that since 2018. and it finally became unconstitutional because it's just someone saying, well, I think so. This isn't even going to, I think that you're a problem. This is saying, I think you might think different than I want, so you're a criminal. If there is a Democrat elected, anyone in America that would like to discuss this with me, if there's anyone in any country in the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Germany, France, India, Peru, Ecuador, these are some of the countries that I know watch this program. If anyone thinks that this is good, that this will save lives, call in. Tell me why. Because I can tell you, it's not going to do that. This is going to wind up having more people treated like January 6th prisoners. This is going to treat more people like the red flag victims. And when I say victims, I mean the people, the 1,406 people in New York State that had red flags used against them. They're going to punish you. And by the way, that led to at least one person committing suicide. That is documented. It is a fact. This is going to harm people. This is a weapon. Thank God we can tell, in looking at this, and I'm going over it, so you can see there are 0 people in Congress that support this. There is no one except Representative Sheila Jackson Lee that thinks that this is a good idea. No one. Not one Democrat, not even the Progressive Caucus, not even Hakeem Jeffries, who is the leader of the minority of the Progressive Caucus, of progressives in Congress. Not even he thinks this is a good idea. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Jayapala, all of them, none of them, these are the craziest Democratic Socialists of America. They are socialists. Even the socialists think this is too far so far. At this moment, even the socialists don't want to touch this. It tells you how crazy and how far out of line this is. And there is no one in the mainstream media that is talking about this. There is no one in the mainstream media that will question Representative Sheila Jackson Lee and ask her how this isn't racist and abuse of power. No one in America, none of the mainstream media will touch this and say, this is a problem, this is a threat against American citizens. Not one of them will connect this to what Joe Biden said in Philadelphia when he was giving his Reichstag speech saying obey or else. Well, when you wondered, when he said obey or else, this is what he was talking about. H.R. 61. Here's it is. If you don't obey, you're a white supremacist, regardless of your color of skin, regardless of what you actually believe, and you are a criminal. I'm very upset about this. And I think you should be too. And I think more people should be talking about this. My God, I think we should have this. Where's the John Olivers talking about this? Where is Jon Stewart talking about this? Where's the ACLU talking about the freedom? No, that I guarantee you, if any of them talk about this, they're going to tell you this is a good thing because we got white supremacists are everywhere. No, they're not. In the 1970s, there were white supremacists all over the place. The KKK was all over the place. How do I know that? I was alive then. I'm 55 years old. Yeah, in the 70s, there was the KKK, and they were all over the place. And then they died off. They virtually disappeared. They didn't even come back when Obama was in office, which a lot of people were like, oh my God, there's going to be KKK and white supremacists everywhere because we have a black president. It didn't happen because the American people rejected that white supremacy. But today, you're a white supremacist, not because you're part of the KKK. You're a white supremacist because you don't agree with Joe Biden or Sheila Jackson Lee, AOC, Cori Bush, and the Democratic Socialists of America. Because you aren't progressive, you're the bad guy. You have to be evil. By definition, you must be evil or else. And they're going to call you white supremacist not because you are, but because that's a great way to make you evil, so that no one will come protect you, so that no one will come to your side. Let me make this very clear if I haven't made it clear yet. I do not support white supremacy. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm not racist. I do not support white supremacy in any form. I do not support any ideology that coerces or forces individuals to make choices against their will. I do not believe in any form of racism, treating people different just because of the color of their skin, which means I don't support critical race theory. But that some people would say, well, that makes me a racist because I don't support critical race theory, which is stupid. I don't believe in classifying people or treating them differently because of the color of their skin, their sex, or their sexual preference. Can I make that any more clear? And in over 1,500 videos, in over 2,000 articles I have written over 17 years, in news interviews and in running for government, for elected office. I've run for Congress and county office. I have not, and all of the people who have researched it, BLM, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, members of Congress, I have had dozens upon dozens of organizations search through every word, the thousands of hours of content I have provided for 17 years, and they cannot find one racist statement I have ever made. They call me racist all the time. They can't find evidence. No race, not racism, sexism, anything like that. And yet, now they're going to label me and you and anyone who dares to disagree as a white supremacist. It's terrifying. And I guarantee you that actively, right this second, YouTube, Facebook, Google are suppressing this channel and this conversation because I am daring to say the words that Sheila Jackson Lee have put out there, because I am explaining the law to you. What she wants to pass, I am explaining to you, and I am explaining the consequences of what this will do. And that's the part they don't want. This is why they don't want you to hear this program or to have this conversation. Because I'm explaining the part they don't want said out loud. Well, you support this. You hate white supremacists, right? Well, then you have to support this bill. Really? I have to support it. Except you're going to label anyone you don't like, and you're going to punish them without ever committing a crime. That is authoritarianism. That is a dictatorship. And it's also racist. Okay, so let me go back to some of the comments. Mike Bowie mentions, where's Trump? He's the one who called everyone to come to Washington. I know. Dow says, with everything they are trying to push through this indoctrination of younger generations, it is hard not to believe that the up-and-coming generations will be groomed to be racist and divided. Dow, in 5 years, I guarantee you there will be. These kids are being taught how to be racist. White people are critical race theory says that white people are inherently racist and evil by birth because of the color of their skin. There is no difference between that ideology and the 1930s against black people. That is a racist ideology, point blank. And yeah, if you're teaching kids every day that white people are just evil, and you're telling white people every day they're evil, they have privilege, and they should apologize for it, you are creating generations of racists that are going to have a problem. And when you tell people that believing in their country, that America first is the policy, that supporting the country of your birth and wanting it to be the best country it could possibly be is evil, they're going to create problems for this nation domestically. It's just that simple. It's a matter of time. It is happening. And this is government trying, and you're right, Dal, they are trying to have government control every aspect of your life. They want to control your health care. That's Obamacare. They get to decide what you get as health care. They get to decide what treatment you have. That's Obamacare, which is why I opposed it in 2010 and oppose it to this day. Because the government doesn't have the right to tell me what kind of treatment I can and cannot have. It's the government who told you you must have a vaccine and that it's perfectly fine, except it's an experimental drug that the CDC today is telling us might have caused strokes. But the government said you have to get the shot because they're smarter than everyone else, except they didn't tell you you might get a stroke. This is the government micromanaging your life. They're making decisions for you. They're up there screaming, Sheila Jackson Lee, oh yeah, your body, your choice. They want to say that until they say, but you have to have a vaccine. You don't get a choice on that. Oh, we get to decide what kind of health care you have. That's Obamacare. They get to make the choices. But they'll tell you, oh, you have all the freedom as long as you do what we say. This is the progressive mantra. You're free to do whatever you want if you obey. As long as you stay within the lines. As long as you don't step out of line, you can do whatever you want in that line under their control. As long as you don't do anything they don't like, then you're okay. And you can do whatever you want, as long as it follows their rules. And if you don't, they're finding more and more laws to tell you, to punish you for not committing a crime. That's red flag laws. And now here it is in HR 61. And I know there's a bunch of people who are going to tell me, Mike, but this will never pass. You know what? In 2019, when New York State first came up with the idea to make it illegal to have bulletproof vests, and I spoke about it on this channel, I covered it, and I said, we have to oppose this, we have to stop this. The answer I got from members of New York State legislature, elected officials, said, it's never going to pass. In 2021, it passed. They made it a law in 2021 that to protect yourself passively was a crime. It was criminal to defend yourself passively. So when they tell me, oh, HR 61 is never going to pass, not today, maybe not today, but you can't tell me it's not going to pass tomorrow. That they have this idea that this is part of their logic, that this is where they are trying to lead America. They want our kids to believe that if you don't agree with the government, you are a criminal and need to be punished just for thinking. My God, this is so aggravating to me. It makes me so angry. And I know maybe I'm ranting a bit. Again, if you disagree with me, call in 607-242-9247. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me how I misunderstand. Tell me how that law does something entirely different than what I've said. I just read you what the purpose of the law is and how it defines who is a criminal and what is the crime they did. I just read it to you. The links in the description have this actual law, the text in front of you. This is so insane. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Hakeem Jeffries, Jayapala, Representative Jayapala, and Adam Schiff, the far right, the progressives, won't even support this. It is that crazy. It is that insane. It is that far out of the norm. It is straight up dictatorship and authoritarianism. And I cannot emphasize that enough. It is racist at its core, and it is evil. And yes, black people can be racist. Yes, Sheila Jackson Lee can be a racist. She can be a dictator, and she's trying to be. Dow says these types of bills like H.R. 61 are indicators of how those sponsoring such laws are not Americans. They are authoritarians first, namely communists that happen to be made up of American citizens. The progressive ideology in America is socialism. They are socialists. I mean, at least you have people like Cori Bush and AOC that are honest enough to say that they are socialists. But so is Sheila Jackson Lee. So is Joe Biden. And they believe in authoritarianism. They believe in having absolute rule over every decision you make, whether you like it or not. And this stuff, this racism, this blatant insult isn't ending there. Did you see, I don't know if people saw this, that there's now, they unveiled the brand new monument to Martin Luther King. This is it. Let me show you this. Come on. Show me. I want you to see this. This is the monument to Dr. Martin Luther King. It looks like a couple of hands holding someone's ass. Okay? This is evil and ugly. This is disgusting. And the reason why they did this, because critical race theory does not believe in Martin Luther King's idea, because they do not agree with Dr. Martin Luther King, which is why they cut off his head. It's why they won't show his face. It's why you have no idea who this is. Because this is, and it's dehumanizing. There's no body, there's no face, there's no neck, there's no torso. This is dehumanizing. It looks ugly. It looks vile. It doesn't look human. Because you're not supposed to think of Dr. Martin Luther King. You're not supposed to think of his message of equality, not equity, equality. You're not supposed to look at that and think of it being a good idea. You're supposed to think of it as being evil, anti-human, dehumanizing, that it isn't fair or equal. This is what they call an embrace. This is what the progressives in Boston will tell you is an embrace. This is love. This is caring. It's dehumanizing. If it's an embrace, if this is loving, if this is caring, where's the human being? Where's their head, their body? Where's their connection? But these are the same people who came up with these ideas that are the same people who are telling you that if you don't agree, you're a racist, you're evil, you're a sexist, you're an istphobe, whatever, and you're the bad guy. That if you have any other idea than what they have determined for you, you're the problem. This is Sheila Jackson Lee. This is AOC. This is the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in using violence to silence people. And no one wants to talk about it. I mean, they're talking about the statue a little bit. But let me tell you, what's more human to you? This image of Coretta Scott King and Martin Luther King, or this thing? This statue that's in Boston. Which one makes you think of human beings, of caring, of love? This abomination, or these two people standing next to each other? You wouldn't even know this is about human beings if someone didn't tell you that. You have no connection to Dr. Martin Luther King, but you're not supposed to connect to Dr. Martin Luther King. You're not supposed to connect to his message. You're supposed to connect to equality, to socialism, to critical race theory, and gender identity politics, and intersectionality. You're supposed to connect to that because it's about priority, not equality. It's not little white boys and little black boys and girls all mixing together and having an equal opportunity in life. It's not about that. It's that, well, some of these people are evil because you're white or you're straight or you're male, and therefore you're a bad guy. And everyone else is good guys, and they have to be given yourself. We have to redistribute your wealth, your life, your rights and privileges because someone in power, some elitist says so. Not because there's any proof, not because they're doing anything to make your life better, nothing that they can point to, no effective anything. It's because they said so. And if you disagree, you're the bad guy and you have to be punished. I think this is such an important part of the show. And I'm absolutely sure this is being suppressed massively. I am absolutely sure that they do not want you to ever think about HR 61, never to think about the consequences of this, never to discuss this. This is not supposed to be a subject you're supposed to pay attention to. It is so extreme. Even AOC, Hakeem Jeffries, even the progressives will not touch it. It is too extreme. It is too crazy today. But just like the bulletproof vests in New York State, what was extreme and crazy yesterday is now the law. Red flag laws have always been unconstitutional, but they became the law. It took 3.5 years in New York State before someone ever said it's unconstitutional to punish people for not committing a crime. And now we have Sheila Jackson Lee out of Texas saying, no, I'm going to punish people. I'm going to punish people for not committing a crime in an entirely different way. And you can't say anything because she's black and a woman. And obviously, if you disagree because of the words that are used, you must be a racist. God, I'm so pissed off. If anyone disagrees with me, please call in. If anyone thinks I have misunderstood this, please call in. If anyone sees the evidence I am providing in front of your face, call in. If you're a socialist, a progressive, and you think that this is a great idea, call in. Tell me why. I am open. I know I am passionate. I know I'm authoritative in the way I speak. I am absolutely willing to listen to anyone, especially Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. Her staff, if they're paying attention to this, and I hope they are, get her on the phone. If you're a member of her staff and can speak for her, call in and tell me why I am wrong. Explain this to me. And explain this to America. Justify why this is a good idea and how it will not be abused and used to punish Americans for not agreeing with the progressive ideology. Please tell me how it's going to save American lives. It's real simple. I beg Representative Sheila Jackson Lee to come on to this program and explain to me. Tell me, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, if there is anywhere in America, I will fly down to D.C., I will go to Texas to speak with you with no edits. I will have a conversation with you live or on tape, and there will be zero edits. I don't edit any of the interviews, and I will have a conversation with you. Not a debate, a conversation where you get to explain this to me and make me understand why you think this is a good idea. I will fly to Texas to have that conversation with you. I will make it easy for you, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. I will come to you to have this conversation at your convenience, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, to explain this to me. Please. I look forward to hearing from Sheila Jackson Lee's staff to explain this to me. And if anyone wants to forward it over to her, please do. I'll be happy to have this conversation with her. Okay, so I know everyone's, it's wonderful to me that so many people are seeing this and they're saying, oh my God, Mike, this is insane. This is all crazy. It's disgraceful. It's ugly. It's dehumanizing. Not just HR 61, but also the supposed statue of Dr. Martin Luther King, and how it's demeaning to the messages of these men. And I'm so happy to see so many people who agree with me. But again, I'm open to hear anyone who says I'm wrong. If you think the statue of Dr. Martin Luther King in Boston, those disembodied arms with no faces, no torsos, if you think that's a wonderful expression of humanity, please explain it to me. Tell me how you get anything human out of a headless, bodiless image. I'd love to hear that answer. I ask questions all the time on this program, folks. It's the first time you're watching the show. I ask questions all the time. Sad thing is, the people I'm asking the questions of, many of the progressives, the Democrats out there, they never answer. They never want to answer. They don't want to have the conversation and explain themselves. They'll tell you a soundbite. They'll tell you you're evil for not agreeing. They will call you a name all day long. But they actually won't have a conversation. They won't explain anything. Okay, so let's talk about Joe Biden. Let's talk about Joe Biden and his classified documents. I know a lot of people have been waiting for that. Let's have that conversation. So, what we know is that according to the BBC, and I'm looking at this not from, and I want people to understand, why do I sometimes go overseas in the news? Not when I'm talking about things like Southeast Asia and international politics, but when I'm looking at U.S. politics, why do I go to an international source sometimes or in supplement of U.S. sources? Because they're not restricted in the same way we are here. They don't have the same agenda as we have here. So NBC and MSNBC, the New York Times, they have an agenda. They have a spin that they want to put on U.S. politics. The BBC doesn't. The Jerusalem Times, the Hindustan Times, doesn't have those same restrictions. They don't have that same bias. So I like to see what the international media is saying about U.S. policy, because sometimes they give us a real, honest answer, and they include information that you're not going to hear in U.S.-based domestic media, because they're more honest, because it isn't their politics they're talking about, it's ours. So we know for a fact that in November, if not even earlier, the Biden administration was aware that Joe Biden had classified documents that were unsecure and illegal. It is illegal. It is a crime for the classified documents to be in his possession and not secure. That is a fact. It doesn't matter. Intent doesn't matter. We keep hearing all the news media, they keep trying to tell us it's about the intent. It's about the intent. He didn't intend to do this. This was an accident. It's a crime to have classified documents that are not secured. If it isn't already a crime to even have the classified documents. Point blank. The crime has already been committed. He has documents that are not secure. How do I know they're not secure? Because those documents were in an office somewhere, and then they got moved to another office somewhere, and they were found in a closet. That isn't secure. It is a crime. Full stop. Don't have to go any further. It is a crime. That's all you need to. That is the crime. Classified documents were somewhere that wasn't secure. Now, you can say, does he have a right to have those classified documents? The answer is mostly no. Mostly, no, he doesn't. Those documents were supposed to be turned over to the government 6 years ago. Today, he may have the right to have them. 6 years ago, and for the last 6 years, he didn't have the right to have these documents in an office and then in a classroom or at a university, in a closet. That's a crime. There is no escaping that. And all the wording that they want to put around it doesn't change it. This is how bad. I want to show you. This is the initial story that we found out that months ago, the Biden administration in the summer knew about this. In November, they told the rest of the government about it, and the government told the Department of Justice in November, and then they didn't say anything until CBS News in January told the American people. So much for transparency. But I want you to hear, this is from PBS NewsHour. This is Jonathan Capert, who's with the Washington Post. And Jonathan Capert, this is his excuse why this is okay and you should have no complaint. I want you to hear what he has to say.
In this case, this happens more frequently than we realize or we even want to appreciate.
This happens more often than we think. Well, what's he referring to? Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton had documents on a server, on phones, on tablets, on multiple servers that were in her house and in other places around the country, that she had these illegally while she was running the State Department. This was a crime that Hillary Clinton committed. And so he's talking about Hillary Clinton. He's also talking about Donald Trump, which is slightly different because the documents were secure with Donald Trump. Hillary's phones, tablets, servers, emails, they're not secure. They were never secure. That was the problem. But Donald Trump's was secure. Everyone knows where the documents were, and they were locked in a room, and he put in additional locks. We know that. So the multiple cases he's talking about are Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Because every other person who has ever had these documents and was found out has been thrown in jail. Everyone. Every other person in possession of classified documents of this level, everyone except for Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden have been put in jail. Point blank. That is a fact. And Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden are the only three people who can say they maybe had the right to have classified documents at least part of the time. That's it. So that's what he's talking about here. But let's hear what else he has to say.
Many of national security lawyers and experts have gone on the record to say that this happens more often than not.
And people get thrown in jail for it more often than not. He leaves out that part. Yes, it happens more often than you think, and people are thrown in jail because of it more often than you think, except those three people I've mentioned. So he's leaving out information here. But let's go further with this excuse.
The other thing, and the biggest difference here, and why I downplayed this notion that this is a big political crisis for them.
It's not a big. He's actively downplaying this. He is actively making this less of a story. He is trying to convince you, the public, through the Washington Post and his interview on PBS, to not pay attention to this on purpose.
President, and that is the sitting president. His people found the documents, brought them, alerted the archives. The archives alerted the Justice Department. They then go and do another search and bring forth more documents. They have been cooperating. They have been transparent.
Stop right there. This is his reason. Because the Biden administration has been transparent. No, they haven't. That's an absolute lie. His reasoning to you, why you shouldn't pay attention to this and why this isn't a big deal, is because Biden committed a crime multiple times now that we have learned, multiple times he's committed a crime, and because he didn't tell the public, that's transparency. And he catches himself here. He realizes that's absurd. So listen to what he says.
Whereas when we talk about the former president, the reason why we even know that there were all those documents there was because he kept defying the National Archives.
And this is a lie. No, the reason why we know is because the Trump administration has spoken with the FBI and the National Archives, and they had been to Mar-a-Lago 3, if not 4 separate times, including 1 month before the raid that occurred. They knew exactly where the documents were. They actually knew which documents they were. Everything was known. And there was cooperation. They had already taken out documents in the past. In January of 2022, they had taken out documents from Mar-a-Lago. So he's not being honest here. He's counting on the fact that you do not have a memory longer than 3 weeks.
Requests to return the documents, and the DOJ, because archives had been in touch with the archives, conducted a search. People call it a raid. I keep my feet on the ground. It was a search. But the FBI just doesn't show up and search someone's home without cause.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. We've seen that. It's called an abuse of power. So I want to get back to some of the comments here, because this gives us a very clear understanding. This is the Washington Post speaking through Jonathan Capehart. Don't pay attention. It's not a big deal. You are giving transparency after CBS caught the Biden administration, as they kept it quiet, as they never told the public, especially before the election, when they had the information for months. They didn't tell you because they didn't want you to be able to react. Now that it's after the election, after it's all, we're in a brand new year. Now, because the news media found out, now they're being honest with you. Except they're still not being honest, because we know for a fact that it's not just one place that has these documents, it's multiple. And I want to go back, and I'm going to get to the comments in just 1 second. I'm going to get to the comments because there's a couple of interesting points. But I want you to remember, in 2016, this is what the Washington Post is also trying to make you think. This is from then FBI Director James Comey about the investigation of Hillary Clinton's use of personal email. And he says very clearly that the investigation looked at everything. And was it intentionally or grossly negligent? This is what the law is about. It is a felony to mishandle classified information intentionally or in a grossly negligent way. And this is the problem, and this is the crime. And we know that Hillary Clinton turned out to have several different servers, different administrators who don't have classified clearance, using the servers for 4 years, numerous mobile devices, which means phones and tablets and such, and different emails on a personal domain. She broke the law. But he goes on to say at the end of it, although we did not find clear evidence, other than the evidence he just told you, it was on multiple servers with individuals that had access who don't have classified clearance, that was on emails and personal domains and on phones and on tablets, all of which got destroyed, by the way, which was against the law because they were all subpoenaed. She just destroyed them. They did not find clear evidence that Hillary Clinton or any of the people working for her intended, keyword, intended to violate the law. Except that's not what the law says. Let me go back to what the law says. The law says that if you, where is it? The law says that it was I just lost it. I lost it in there. It's not whether you intend, it's did you do this? And they don't want you to think about that. They want you to think, well, did Joe Biden intend to do this? Who cares? They didn't, it doesn't matter if he intended to. When you're looking at, again, this is from, again, the BBC, looking at in August at the Mar-a-Lago search. The department is conducting a criminal investigation over the improper removal and storage of the information. The FBI gathered evidence as part of the investigation whether it was improperly removed the records. It doesn't matter about the intent. Intent doesn't matter. And we know that this was improper because Biden's personal lawyers discovered the Obama era documents. This is coming from the New York Times. On November 2nd, in a closet. They found the documents in a closet of an office that used to be for Biden at a think tank. This is an empty office. This is coming from the New York Times. That's improper handling of classified documents. It is a crime. And we know that we found documents as it came out today. They were found in a garage. In fact, there is video of Joe Biden backing up his Corvette into the garage, and the documents were sitting in a stack of just papers. And Joe Biden's answer is, well, my garage is locked. A locked garage is not secure for national classified documents. And we know it's been found in a house, a garage, and at this office. And it was moved from one office to another. This is a crime. And they're trying to say, but he didn't intend to do that. It doesn't matter. Intent isn't the crime. Just like when they went after President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, notice they never mentioned the word intent. Whether or not President Trump intended to have documents that he shouldn't have had, that the government knew he had, that they knew where it was, that they had collected in the past, that they could have got all of it at any time because they had been there 4 times. No. Intent isn't a factor. That's why they told you, Joe, that President Trump had broken the law, because it didn't matter that he intended to. He had it. And they knew that because they knew where it was. Joe Biden has documents no one knew he had, that he never should have had, that he didn't have the right to have, and he had them in a garage in a pile of papers next to his Corvette, which is not secure. That is a crime. Period. Full stop. Done. But the Washington Post wants you to think you should pay attention to this. So let me go back to some of the comments here, because that's the summary of this and the information that they're not giving you, which is to think about this past the headline. Think about it more than the headline and remember the past. In the past, they said it's not a crime if you don't have the intent, even though the law says it's a crime if you do it, period. But they changed the rules for Hillary. Then they changed the rules again for Trump. And now they're changing the rules again for Biden. All of these rules are rules that do not apply to you and me. You and me, we get thrown in jail, period. But they keep changing the rules for their friends and their enemies so that it only applies to the people they don't like. And the news media is backing it up and saying, you don't remember the past, don't think about the past, just obey. Let me see the comments. Dow mentions also something not being reported. When viewing documents, there is an entire protocol that includes Secret Service building entire environments that includes noise machines. Anything that can be done to secure a space to prevent eavesdropping or unauthorized surveillance is done. Well, that's when I say it's secure, that means that it is secure from eavesdropping, any way, any means that you would have of being able to convey that information so that no one can see it, so that no one can hear it. and that it is secure so no one can get to it. And Biden, in his garage, it was also in his house, but his garage, as an example, or in the closet at a college, in the closet of a college and in a garage, is not secure. You cannot say anyone can hear it, anyone can see it, anyone can take it. That broke the law. But they don't want to tell you that. You're not supposed to think about that. When you hear, I have it in a locked garage with my Corvette, you think, well, it's safe because it's a Corvette. What's more important? Something, if a spy is trying to get something, do you think the protection of a locked garage is more secure than a security vault for classified documents? Do you think that the level of security in the Pentagon is the same as someone's locked garage for their car? Are you kidding me? Because no one's ever broken into a garage and stolen a car before. Are you kidding me? But this is what the Washington Post, Jonathan Capehart, and the mainstream media want you to believe. Let me go on. Mike Bowie says Biden will be found mentally incompetent to stand trial and still will be reelected. I don't agree with that. If Joe Biden was to be found mentally incompetent, they already have more than enough evidence to do that. It's the reason why, since 2021, I have been saying that he would not be president in 2023. I don't think he ends this year and still being president. We have more than enough information, including cue cards that say you sit here, for us to understand Biden isn't mentally there. But I don't know that. That would be the reason why he gets out of a trial, or that there would be a trial in the first place. Mike goes on to say, Mike Bowie says, a president can declassify documents, a vice president can't. I'm not exactly sure if that's correct. I believe there's a level of security. Well, it may be access to documents, which are not quite the same thing. But it doesn't matter. Because again, even if he had the ability, he can't declassify. The question is, he had documents which are still classified today, so they weren't declassified. We know that these Obama-era documents are still classified right now. So the question of whether he can declassify them or not doesn't matter, because it's not an argument, because they're still classified documents at this moment. So declassification is an argument. Again, that's the media trying to distract people. Well, he should be able to declassify it. Can he declassify it? It doesn't matter. They're classified right now. So even if he could declassify it, these are still classified documents. So it doesn't matter. Going on. And again, the crime happens at the time. Were they classified then? Yes, therefore he can't do it. But let's go further. Dow says, I wonder if even Obama knew that Biden walked out with them. I bet you he told him, let me be clear, Julie, I'd hate to find any documents that incriminate you in Ukraine and Beijing. You don't bust a phone or electrocute your hard drives without some kind of evidence. Well, that's what I would say. So this is really aggravating to me because they expect you to be dumb. Jonathan Capehart thinks you are an idiot. That's why he said what he said on PBS, because he didn't want you to stop and think about what he said. It's okay, because the vice president didn't intend to do this. This is why Joe Biden came out and said he didn't remember this happening. He's surprised that it happened because he didn't intend that. That's not the law. That's Hillary Clinton's excuse. That's James Comey's excuse. That's not the law. Intent is meaningless. It is what you did. And to say that it's secure, like Joe Biden did, because it's next to his Corvette, out in the open, sitting next to his car on a pile of documents, that's not secure. Nor is his house, nor is 2 different offices and a closet. again, if we think about this, and we're not supposed to think about it, you're not supposed to say, wait a minute, where was it found? Oh, it was at the University of Pennsylvania. Yeah, but where at the University of Pennsylvania? Oh, in a closet. In a closet? That's the security? They want you to think, well, it's the University of Pennsylvania. It's a big institution, millions of dollars. It has to be secure. They have to have it in a vault or something. It's a college. It's a college that gets millions upon millions of dollars. No, it was in a closet. A janitor might have found it. A janitor might have moved it. I'm sure janitors have cleaned that office. God knows how many people have had access to those documents that you don't know about. How many people, you know what? Here's a question. People maybe remember hang on one second, folks. Okay. Okay, so what I'm looking for right now is evidence of, nope, that's not it. There's something called the Confucius Institute, which is it's being investigated right now. Many countries consider the Confucius Institute, which is a think tank from China that is in our colleges that is meant as a spy organization. It tries to convert college students into being communists and socialists. It is there to spy on the U.S. education system and things that we are finding out. Binghamton University receives money every year for allowing this communist spy organization, Confucius Institute, to be on the campus and to decide how people talk about China on the college campus. And there was a Confucius Institute at University of Pennsylvania. I looked it up right now. The Confucius Institute was at the University of Pennsylvania. It is said that they were supposed to be closing it in 2014. So, and they were getting paid $258 million for the Confucius Institute. So they closed it. But let me ask you, and this is something no one's thinking about, no one's had this conversation. We know that the spy agency, the Confucius Institute, was at the University of Pennsylvania as late as 2014, 2015. If any of the people who were spies for the Confucius Institute stayed at the University of Pennsylvania, or anyone they converted into a spy, or if any of their spies continued to work at the University of Pennsylvania, or anyone they converted into a spy at the University of Pennsylvania, that means they would have had access in 2017-18 to that closet for Joe Biden. They could have gotten into those documents. They could be working as a janitor with a key to every door on that campus and go into that closet and open up that box and look through all of those classified documents. That's a scenario that is very simple, very realistic. It is true to espionage, and there's no way to refute it. And no one in the news media will ask, did the Confucius Institute have people that were, those people who worked at the Confucius Institute for China, for the Chinese Communist government, did their employees continue to stay at the University of Pennsylvania after 2014? Did they have access to that closet? And therefore, did Joe Biden just give information to China because of that? No one else in the news media has ever asked that question. They haven't even thought about it. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But we do know the Confucius Institute, according to some 60 countries, believes 60 countries believe the Confucius Institute is a spy agency. We've talked about them before on this channel. The United States government is investigating the Confucius Institute as a spy agency. We know that their agents infiltrate those colleges that they are at different levels. We don't know if their people are still at the university, if they had access to different rooms, if they had access to that closet. That is possible, and it may have happened. And if it did, how do we know? Especially when the news media won't ask the question. You're just supposed to obey. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to ask the question. Because I could be wrong. I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened. But I'm asking the question so that someone can do the research, so that the news media, so that the Department of Justice can look into it and give us an answer. A definitive, absolute answer and say, no, that absolutely didn't happen. No, the Confucius Institute, none of their people are working at the University of Pennsylvania after 2014. Okay, that would be definitive proof. We don't have that. So how do you know I'm wrong? How do we know that didn't happen? How do you know that any other country had spies at the University of Pennsylvania specifically because Joe Biden was there and went through the closet to go and look at the confidential information because he left a box there for years. For years. This is scary stuff. Should Joe Biden be treated the same way as Donald Trump? Because he's being treated like Hillary Clinton. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I say Joe Biden needs to be treated like President Trump. We need to, same footing. Don't treat him like the Secretary of State. Treat him like President Trump. He was vice president. Biden was vice president. Treat him like you would treat Trump. Because the difference is we know what Trump had and where it was. We didn't know what Hillary had or where it was. We don't know what Biden had or where it is. And we're finding out that Biden stuff is everywhere. We know that Trump stuff was secure, locked in an office on a gated community with security that the FBI was familiar with. We knew this. We didn't know where the servers for Hillary Clinton was. We don't know where any of your phones were or who had access to them. We don't know anything about where Joe Biden has had them. We're still finding places where he's got it in his house, his garage, in an old office, in closets. The rules, it's Mike Bowie, you're right. It's not just a double standard. This is, you have the wrong way of thinking. We don't like you. We will punish you. And the people that they do like the thinking of, Joe Biden, progressives, oh, they get a pass. The law doesn't apply. I have long said, and it is a saying, if you don't have laws that apply equally, you have anarchy. You don't have laws. You don't have a law unless it applies to everyone equally. And it's becoming more and more apparent we don't have laws, we have a dictatorship. Because the laws do not apply. They change the rules when it's someone, depending on your color of skin, your sexual preference, and how many friends you have in various political organizations at any given moment. That's not law. That is a despotic government. I don't have a better word for it. If there is anyone who disagrees, I would be happy to hear why. If you are, I don't care if you're a Democrat, a progressive, a conservative, libertarian, a Republican, I don't care. If you think I am wrong, if you think there's a difference between what Joe Biden did and what President Trump has done, or what Hillary Clinton has done, explain it to me. Call in 607-242-9247. Tell me why. What is the difference? Jonathan Capehart says, well, the difference is that after Joe Biden got caught, he's been transparent, which isn't being transparent. That's not the definition of transparency. He knows that's not transparent. That's a lie. So that's not the same. Please tell me, why should they be different? Dow says nullification is where whole swaths of communities and their local government nullify the law by refusing its implementation and enforcement. Well, Dow, what you're speaking about there are called autonomous zones. And we know that the only people who believes in autonomous zones are progressives, BLM, Antifa, the far right, the far left extremists. They believe in autonomous zones that do not follow any law. They make their own laws. And we've seen that the result of autonomous zones are just crime waves. People dying. People were killed. That happened in Atlanta. They killed a 8-year-old child. They killed a 14-year-old child in the Chaz in Capitol Hill District. That's what autonomous zones are. But you're talking about jury nullification. Okay. I'm sorry, I missed that comment. Jury nullification is a tricky subject. There's good things about it, there's bad things about it. I don't necessarily agree with it because it's, again, something that can be abused so easily. That's what the Waukesha massacre, the driver, Darrell Brooks, that's what he was saying. He wanted to have jury nullification so that he hoped he would be able to get away with his crime of murder, mass murder, using his vehicle, not a weapon. He used a car, and he thought that jury nullification would get him the get out of jail free card. I don't think that would have happened, but that's the problem. I don't like it. It's too easy to abuse for reasons that are absolutely stupid because of the color of his skin. I think that's horrible. Dow says, so when the sheriff department refuses to enforce an assault ban, like the New York SAFE Act, is that not a form of nullification? No, it's not nullification, it's resistance. The difference with that is a civil protest, not a elimination of the process. You're not throwing out the law, you're actively resisting it. It's kind of like, as an example, if you're protesting, like Ashley Babbitt's mom, she was protesting. That's perfectly fine. She was protesting in the street. She got arrested. You're not, the consequences of your criminality are not forgiven when you're protesting. But under nullification, the consequences never come to you. You're forgiven of the consequences. You never pay the penalty for your crime. And that's the problem I have with nullification. You get away with the crime, there is no consequence. Protest, you can be, there's a consequence. You can still be arrested. If you've committed a crime in that protest, you can still be prosecuted. You still are guilty. That's the difference. You haven't gotten away with anything. Nullification can be used to absolve you of the punishment for the crime that was committed. And I think that's a big difference. What is it with this? So I see that it looks like, at least part of the time, some of the internet overlords have been dropping some of the show. I don't even know if people are able to see this because we're probably getting suppressed because of HR 61. I probably lost the entire audience because of HR 61 talking about Sheila Jackson Lee. If not earlier in the program, just talking about Southeast Asia, US, and US politics. I think this is a good moment to mention, by the way, that please, if you have followed us this far, almost 3.5 hours into the program, like, share, and subscribe, especially subscribe. Give us the ability to access more people, to be able to ask these questions of more people, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, whether they're progressives or conservatives, whether it's libertarians. Just help us reach more people. Please subscribe. Share it, like it. That's wonderful. It helps a lot. But all we're asking for is help us subscribe if you found this to be entertaining, if you found it to be informative, if you found it to be educational, if it gave you anything. If you spent more than 5 minutes watching the program, just subscribe. Please. If you've spent that time and you found it to be interesting enough to hold your attention on a day when I'm competing with the football, I'm competing with Netflix and Hulu, which really isn't competition, but with them, then go ahead, give us a look. It costs nothing. I mean, it costs me a whole lot. And if you want to help with that, please donate. Donate $1. Donate, that's it. Just donate $1 if you want to. If you want to donate more, you can do that too. But really, the only thing we ask for, just subscribe. Help us to reach more people so that Representative Sheila Jackson Lee will call into the program and will answer our questions. So that Adam Schiff or AOC, Cori Bush, that they will answer our questions and they will call into this program and answer to you, because that's their job. That's their obligation, because they're not nobles, because they're not royalty, because they are supposed to answer to you. So what is that, Dow? Dow says, so those sheriff departments are looking at litigation to hold them accountable for resisting the Illinois assault weapons ban. Yes. Yes. That is correct. So in Illinois, where they have a weapons ban, and if the sheriff's department does not execute that ban, if they refuse to follow the law, yes, they can be prosecuted. They can be thrown in jail. They can be criminal. There could be criminal penalties. That is a protest. A nullification would say they committed that, which is a crime, and therefore they get no punishment because we eliminate the punishment. That is the difference. That would be the difference. So yes, they could, the Illinois police, the sheriff's department, could be subject to fines and criminal penalty, thrown in jail for breaking the law. That's a protest. That's the difference. They're not nullifying the law, they're breaking the law. And so they can be punished for the law. Nullification would be, and they get away with it. That's the difference. And that's why I don't like it. Why I don't like nullification. If you nullify a law, you are eliminating, and it is a good law, it is a, well, even if it's an unjust law, if you remove the penalty, then that isn't a law. It's just anarchy. It's just a bunch of nobles saying, I feel like this or that today. It's Sheila Jackson Lee saying, if you don't agree with me, you're a racist, and therefore you should go to jail. Because that's what Sheila Jackson Lee said. And quite honestly, that's why I think Sheila Jackson Lee is evil, a racist, and should not be in office. It's not because she's 73, not because she's a woman, not because she's black. I don't care about any of those things. None of that matters to me. It's because she is a racist, because she is abusing her power, because she's an authoritarian. What is it called if litigation finds in favor of the sheriff and commutes the penalties while finding the law unconstitutional? then it's commutation and it's an unconstitutional law. It's not it's still not nullification because that was tried. So they went to the trial, which would have, if they lost the trial, if it was constitutional, and if the penalty wasn't commuted, they would be punished. So that's why we have commutation and why we have constitutionality. So if it was a just law, they face penalty. So nullification is only when you remove the penalty because of some outside factor that isn't inherent in the law itself. And it is an abuse of the power. A nullification is abusing it through some loophole. It's deus ex machina in politics, essentially. I haven't finished the show. Now, again, I love this. I have no idea how many people get to watch the show. I know last week we had 100 people watch it. At any given moment, we had dozens of people who were watching the program from around the world. And I was told I had 2 people watching it. There's probably couple dozen people watching the show right now. And I get told that I have 3. I have no idea how many people are actually watching. But I do ask you folks, just subscribe. Help us, support us on the program. That's all it takes. You don't have to donate $1. You don't have to do anything more. Just give us the opportunity to reach more people. I'm not done with the show, but I just want to hit that. And I want to emphasize that. And you too, just like Dal, like Mike, like Tina, like Hot Chicks, like John Cordisco, you too can leave us a comment. Either you can call into the program or you can send us a comment on YouTube, on Facebook. I think I'm still on Facebook. I think Facebook may be blocking me at the moment because they love to block me in countries all the time. So I may be blocked and suppressed under Facebook. Don't know what Twitter's doing anymore, so who knows. But help us. Now, let me ask this. We've been talking about the ways that the government has made promises to us. We've been talking about the ways how those promises have failed. How we are seeing that there is a lack of respect or fear of our leadership because there is no leadership that is evident, and that this is affecting our lives in many different ways. That goes from Southeast Asia with South Korea and Japan. That goes into what we're seeing happening in Europe with the Ukraine. We're seeing that domestically with people who are invading our nation, and that's what it is. You're illegally entering our nation. That is an invasion. With millions of people trying to come in because they don't respect our laws, because they don't respect the leadership that is meant to enforce those laws. Where we see that we have our elected officials like Sheila Jackson Lee who don't respect the American people and therefore is trying to change the laws to take away our rights and our freedoms because she doesn't want us to have those powers. She wants us defenseless. That's what the laws she's putting in place are. And if we dare to complain or question it, well, we're the bad guys. And she wants to put in even more laws to punish us. So when I think about that, I want to remember something. We've been told that if we just get rid of cash bail, if we allow people to break the law because of the color of their skin or because of their economic class, that's going to help us. These are the promises that have been made to us over and over again. And yet, how many towns around America, how many cities around America, how many times are we seeing this? A message that came out on Friday. Meth, crack cocaine, fentanyl, where this guy was selling it all from his house. Meth, crack cocaine, and fentanyl. Now, I know there's a bunch of libertarians who say all drugs are legal. All drugs should be legal and it's perfectly fine. How many people's lives are destroyed? How many families have had their families destroyed? How many people have had addicts for meth, cocaine, and crack, and fentanyl? How many people have had their homes broken into? How many people got mugged? How many people have gotten killed because of these drugs? And yet, we have been given the promise that if you get rid of cash bail, if you change the rules, if you punish people differently based on their color of skin or how much money they have, these problems will all go away. In New York State, Broome County, Binghamton, we have those rules. Cashless bail, and we judge people differently based on the color of their skin and their economic status. And yet, we have the same number of people, if not more, who are addicted to these drugs and committing crimes because of these drugs. And they're committing crime because they don't have a respect for the law, because there is no law. I tell you, this is a problem. Am I wrong? Have I been wrong about anything in the program today? I mean, looking at the international policy, looking at what's happening with Korea, what's happening with Japan, which is a function of what's happening with China and North Korea. When we're talking about what's happening, I didn't even get into Iran this week, but looking at the Ukraine and our endless supply of money, your money, inflation, the cost of credit cards and interest rates. All of this is coming against you. It's getting, and it's all because we don't have a respect of the American people, and we don't have the respect of the world, because we have no leadership. We have no leadership guiding the American people nor the rest of the world. And we're supposed to be, because the world is looking at America and saying, you're the leaders. We're following you. And look at where we are going. I don't think this is in anyone's best interest. We're going to a point where we have dictators like Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who wants to punish you not for breaking the law, but for disagreeing with her. That is a terrifying place, my friends, and we need to speak up about this. It's not enough to tell me that H.R. 61 isn't going to be passed into law. It's that it should never have been suggested in the first place, and the people who are suggesting that need to be removed. We need to be able to say Joe Biden is going to be treated the same as Trump as traded by Hillary Clinton. That we have an even playing field, and all of them are going to be treated the same as any other American citizen. We need that. And we need to be able to say, we're going to treat all of our politicians the same, and we're going to treat them the same as the people, and we're going to lead the world because we're going to protect our allies and live up to our treaties, and they will never have to question if we have the guts to live, a conviction to live by our word. That we won't leave Americans in Afghanistan and in the Ukraine to fend for themselves. That we're not going to just abandon our allies. That our allies can trust us to be there for them, to help them, because we're helping ourselves. Because when America is energy independent, then we can help Germany. We can help France. We can help the United Kingdom with their energy issues, as we did before, and we will not do now, because Joe Biden doesn't believe in that. What's Dal saying? Sometimes when it comes to predictions so far, we wish we were wrong. I always think, I say it all the time, folks, I don't want to be right. We were right about the food shortage. We were right about inflation. We're right about the recession. We've been right about a lot of things on this program over the years. I don't want to be right. I don't want to see a civil war, which I think is coming. I don't want to be right about what the consequences of these things are. I don't want to see this. It's not in our best interest. I want to be wrong. I would love for someone to tell me, no, Mike, you just don't understand. Let me explain it to you. And I don't mean like how Joe Biden says, the economy is great, you just don't understand. And it doesn't say anything other than, you just don't get it. I'm sorry. I used to be a stockbroker. I'm better than average intelligence. I can look at numbers. Yeah, the economy's bad. You're lying. Don't just tell me it's okay and just walk away. That's not an explanation. I wish I were wrong. I don't think I am. Mike Bowie's mentioning that there's a new legislation for kill switches mandatory in all new cars. You're talking about the electric cars? They kind of had that already, Mike, in California, where if you tried to plug in your Tesla during the summer of 2022 and fall of 2022, and you would get the message the car wasn't going to charge because there was a problem with electricity in California. And Tesla was telling you, we're not going to let the car charge up. They already have those kill switches. They're already part of the programs. And that's the problem with smart technology. Somebody else can just turn around and turn your stuff off, whether you want them to or not. And that's a problem. I think it was in Switzerland or Sweden where they were trying to pass a law that the government would control the temperature of your house because they would have the technology to do that. It's terrifying. Oh, you're saying the kill switch is mandatory in all new cars by 2026 is in the infrastructure bill and all the new cars. I'm not surprised. Again, that already exists. Now they're just codifying it into law. See, what existed in the summer of 2022 when Tesla did it, that was just an abuse of power. Now, if they codify it into law, no one can complain. And I think it's crazy. But I don't want an all-electric car anyway. Give me a gas-powered car. One EMP, all your cars are dead. You're not going anywhere. You have one good winter storm. How many of these electric cars were stuck in place, battery went dead because it was winter, snow? They couldn't move. Sorry, I don't want an electric vehicle. It's not worth it. I live in the Northeast. It's a dumb idea. I give me old cars. Give me gas guzzlers. Give me the muscle cars of the 70s, 60s, and 70s. I trust that. I can fix it. I can understand it. I don't need a computer to fix it. I don't need a company to okay whether or not it's going to charge up. I don't think I think older cars are better. Diesel, maybe. Diesel is more efficient, but gas is more readily available. So I get that point. But I think the older cars, they're going to be the only thing that's efficient going forward. It's the only thing that ensures you having freedom of transportation. Because if you have a car that is automated and it's electric, someone else is in control of that vehicle, not you. But if I have you're talking about a hand crank to start. I used to have a 1974 dual, a dual overhead cam motorcycle. It's a 1904, a Honda 750. And it had a kickstart. Most motorcycles today have electric kickstarts. I had an actual kickstart motorcycle. It was a great bike, and I loved it. And a bunch of my friends were like, no, I love the electric, I just press the button and my motorcycle starts up. And I'm like, and what happens if you have a problem like I did at one point with my battery? Okay, the battery is dying or it's dead, but I can kickstart the bike and start it. If you have a problem with your battery, loose wire, whatever it may be, you hit the electronic start, it won't start because the battery has a problem. So if I have to have a motorcycle, I want a motorcycle that has a kickstart. I want a car that has manual. Why? Because I can get it to move. I can actually run and operate it. If it's a battery, the battery's gone, I'm done. If someone doesn't want the battery to turn on, they have the communications, they have the electronics to turn it off. I don't want that. That's not freedom. That's control. If you have a car that can self-drive, who is telling that car where to go? Not you. You're trusting that a company is going to get you where you want to go. That means you have no control. The company that sold you the car or sold you the software to run that car, they have control on where you go. And if they have that control, they can take it away from you. If I'm driving the car, I have control. If I can start the car by myself, I have control. That's freedom. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's going to charge the battery, but you can go places. Yeah, you have a standard, like Mike Boy says, you roll it down a hill or get a couple of people to push it, and the car will go. And you have control of where you're going. Otherwise, you have an electronic car that someone else has control. I don't agree with that. I want another motorcycle with kickstart. Absolutely. By the way, the last time I was on a motorcycle, just to bring it into full reference here, last time I was on a motorcycle was that 1974 dual overhead cam, the 750, which I got hit by a van, broke my leg. I have a rod in my leg now because of it. The bike was totaled, and I haven't been on a motorcycle since. That was 95? I think it was 95, 96 that happened. So I haven't been on a motorcycle since, but I still love motorcycles. Although, I'd like to have a trike. I'm thinking maybe a Spider. I like the way they look. I just like them. I don't know anyone has one, so I can't drive it, but that's what I would drive. I'm looking at a trike. I'm a little bit older. I'm 55, or going to be 55 this year. I'm not thinking that 2 wheels. I want the third wheel. I want a little more control. So I'm thinking of a trike. But I should also probably get a driver's license. Full admission, full disclosure, I've never had a driver's license in my life. I've driven for years. Never had a driver's license in my life. Don't do that. Don't do that. That is a crime. And if I ever got arrested for it, I could not complain. Because, fact was, I was driving without a license for years. On a motorcycle. When I had the motorcycle accident, they asked me about it too. They said, Mike, oh my God, do you have insurance? No. Do you have your license? No. Do you have a license? No. Did California charge me with a crime? No. Because I was laid out on the ground and getting taken by an ambulance with a broken leg. Yeah, I already had problems. But, so to be fair and honest, I do not advocate that. And yes, I should have been punished. They chose not to. That was on them. But I don't drive anymore. I stopped committing that crime. No one's innocent. No one's perfect. Yeah. I was in my 20s. That was about 25, 26, 27, something like that. So, not a perfect person. Dow paid his property taxes last week. Isn't that fun? Oh my God, I love paying. And again, for the public service announcement, in 2023, according to the IRS, you are going to get less money. If you get a refund, you will have less of a refund in 2023 than you will since 2020. They're going to give you less money. Yeah, government always likes to take your money no matter what they actually do. Again, that's the difference between what we're promised and what happens. I don't know, folks. We're in a very crazy time in the world. In fact, it makes me want to scream. That's called the Wilhelm scream, by the way. It's no copyright. It's the Wilhelm scream. You've heard it in Hollywood and every movie, Star Wars, all of them. It's the Wilhelm scream. I never get to use that button. It's a sound effect. I wanted it, never had a chance to use it, so I wanted to do that. So we've been on for about 3 hours and 45 minutes. probably suppressed for all of 3 hours and 30 minutes. if I know YouTube, if I know Facebook, and Google, they probably suppressed us for all of almost every minute that we've been on the program. We've covered a lot of ground. Let me ask, is there any, by the way, something else that I heard, and I want people to know, public service announcement, the stamps, your U.S. postal stamps are going to be going up to 60 cents soon. I was in the post office last week, and the employees at the post office mentioned that they're increasing the cost of stamps to 60 cents. Tina says, I'm afraid America is over. We won't be able to come back from the destruction of the last 3 years. I disagree, Tina. We can come back. We can rebuild. You can always rebuild, but you have to want to rebuild. It is a conscious act. Things aren't just going to fix themselves. See, whenever they told us, they said, we're going to return to normal. We're going to go back to normal. That is a lie. Things never just go back to normal. It's not a switch. You can't just switch it off and switch it on and just be normal. No. We have to consciously, actively decide we want to have America as great as it was or even better. We have to consciously want to improve our nation. And let me be very clear. Critical race theory, intersectionality, these dictatorship rules of gun control and Sheila Jackson Lee, that's not improving America. That's destroying America. That's exactly what the Democratic Socialists of America, that's what BLM and Antifa, that's what they're made for, to destroy America. They're not trying to improve it. They're not trying to continue it. They're trying to get rid of it. So there is no such thing as going back to normal unless we actively work towards that. That means we would have to change the politicians and the laws and stop the spending and change everything. We need to fight for that. We have to work for that. But we've taught our kids that they will just be given stuff, that they're entitled to it, that things are just going to fix themselves. They don't have to put in the work or the effort. And if you put in no work and you put in no effort, you get no result. Things will never get better if we don't put the effort in. And that's the problem. We have too few people not putting in effort. Tina says that she sees citizens doing nothing and not caring over the lockdowns, mandates, job losses, J6 being totally illegally held. No one will do anything. Well, I would say not as many people, but you got to remember, people are terrified of authority. They're terrified to oppose anyone. They're being told left, right, and center, do what we say or else. And that's one of the reasons why I speak up. I've had a couple of people who told me, Republicans, who have told me, well, Mike, I don't agree with everything you say, but I'm glad you're speaking up because I don't want to do it. They don't want to be targets. They don't want to be punished. Like, it's hard for me to get a job because all of the Democrats and progressives in the area, they won't hire me. It is, I get abused online. I've been given death threats, both by Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as Plot, and other far-left organizations. I get emails with death threats and threats of violence on a regular basis. I do that because I'm standing up and I'm that target. But the thing is, if we had more people speaking, this wouldn't be a problem. They only do it because they think that I think I'm alone. They want you to feel isolated. And that's the thing we need to get past. You're not alone. Most Americans, when they are polled, whether polls are accurate or not, what we see consistently is that you are not alone. People agree. What we need to do is then not be afraid. Since we all agree, and this is why we need the freedom of speech, and why we need the freedom of speech to exercise on social media is when we all realize we're not alone and we all agree that we can improve the society, that we can make things better, then we will do it. So it's getting past that fear of being punished, fear of being alone. Once we get past that, because we aren't alone. And we shouldn't be afraid of our government. Our government should be afraid of us. We can improve it. That's what I believe. Valiant Thor, hello. I have not seen you before. Thank you for joining the channel. Valiant Thor says, people spend a lot of time and energy looking for shortcuts. The human tendency is to look for an easy way of doing things. You will never succeed this way. I agree. Valiant Thor goes on to say, a society can't survive when the government encourages dependence on them, discourages faith, hard work, ambition, independence, and the ability to take care of yourself. Valiant Thor, I agree with you absolutely. You're correct. We will not improve being dependent. That's just a form of slavery. Whether it's economic or physical or otherwise, it's just, again, another form of slavery. It's a form of, at the very least, the Middle Ages and the feudal system, where you're a peon, you're a peasant, you're a serf. You have no rights except those given to you. That's not a society. It's a society of not of freedom, but of dictatorship. So I agree with you, Valiant Thor. You made a great point, and I thank you for making that point. Thank you for watching the program. I hope you watched it for a while. I hope you've seen the whole thing, or you can, and I appreciate that you've been part of the audience. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that as well. And again, folks, anyone, you can always put in your thoughts. You don't have to agree with me. And you can. I love hearing what you think, because this is a program where we talk about what you think. I have topics I always bring up, but I like to hear what you have to say, because you guys are important. And I'd love to hear, and Valiant Thor made some great points there. I hope people get to see that. I want more people to see that. We have to work for it. Making America great is not a bad thing. Having an America First policy isn't a bad thing, because if we help ourselves, we can help others. If we're not helping ourselves and we're relying on someone to come in and help us, it's never going to happen. No one is going to just voluntarily decide, oh, well, I'm just going to take care of you for life. Why would they do that? How are they going to do that? You got to do it for yourself. You got to do it first. You are the engine that makes your life better, and you are the engine that makes the world better. Yes, Dal, the easiest visual for everyone, you're correct, is on the airplane. What does every airline, we've seen this so many times and everyone's tired of seeing it, no one pays attention, but the first thing they tell you on the airplane in their safety measures is when the oxygen mask comes down, instead of giving the oxygen to a kid, rather than giving it to someone who's elderly or someone who's disabled, put the oxygen on you first, so that you can then turn around and help that kid or that elderly person or that disabled person, because they can't help themselves. If you can't get the oxygen, you won't make it to help them. It's that simple. And that is what we need in our society right now. And we're not doing that. We're telling, the government is saying, the government can control it all. The government is smarter than you about your life, whether it's your health care or it's about your vaccines and medications, if it's about your choices and your lifestyle, what you get to say, what you get to think. That's not living a life. That's living a program. I don't agree with that. I will never agree with that. No matter how much force the government tries to use against me, I will never agree with that. And I will always speak up against that, no matter how much I am going to be suppressed by YouTube and Facebook and the mainstream media, the government, because honestly, we already know. It's not just YouTube and Google and Facebook, it's the FBI. So I'll always fight against that. I'm not going to ever back down. What are they going to do to me? I've been doing it 17 years. I'm already poor, and they already suppressed the channel. Guess what? I'm still growing on the channel. We're still finding more voices. And it's funny, year after year after year, more people agree every year. And the only people that I see that disagree year after year after year and actually having a conversation are bots. Occasionally we get bots on the program, and they're the only ones who disagree with this stuff. Not that they agree 100%, not that everyone agrees 100%, but that the majority of us can look at this and go, yeah, it makes sense. Yes, ungovernable in the face of injustice. Keyword, injustice. You know? And I've been out in the protests, and I have no problem with getting arrested. And I do go out from time to time with my bulletproof vest. Yes, I own a bulletproof vest, which is illegal in New York State. I owned it before it was illegal in New York State. I own it now after it's illegal in New York State, because passive self-defense is not a crime. No one is hurt, and there is no reason not to. There is no justification why I cannot passively defend myself. I'm very upset about that, and I will always, and I do very often when I go out to cover live events, I wear my bulletproof vest, because why shouldn't I? I have people like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow who threaten my life, who threaten to harm me. Yeah, I wear a bulletproof vest from time to time. And if the police want to arrest me for it, go for it. If they want to show up at my door and try and arrest me for it, good luck. But, you know, that's consequences. You have to be willing to take the consequences. But nothing changes if we don't stand up. It was Malcolm X was once asked about the difference between him and Dr. Martin Luther King and other individuals. And he says, and we've heard the saying before, it's the squeaky wheel, the squeaky fence that gets the oil, that he has to speak up, that he has to, the reason why Martin Luther King got to move as far forward as he did is because Malcolm X was also there saying, no, and I'm not going to stop, and I'm going to keep speaking. Not that they weren't, that Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, they've been arrested. They have been threatened with punishment. And in fact, when they broke the law, both men said, arrest me, because that's a consequence of breaking the law. But the law was wrong, and it needed to be highlighted to people. And part of highlighting that is having good people arrested because of a bad law. Same thing in America right now. We need people to stand up and speak up. Again, non-violently. It doesn't take violence to do this, but it takes people standing up and saying, I'm willing to deal with the consequences because of that. I am poor because I do this program and I have a bunch of equipment and I spend money on it every year. I lose $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a year, every year for 17 years because I do this program. And I go out to various events around the country and I do live events and I do interviews. It costs me money. And I do it not because of I'm not more famous, I'm not powerful, I'm not great, I'm not brilliant, I'm not the best person in the world. It's because I put in the effort to make the change. Which is why there's a lot of people on the far left that are absolutely terrified of me and hate my guts. Because I'm actually willing to talk to you. Not because I'm always right or perfect. Oh, we got a call coming in. Hello, and thank you for calling to the program. There's no Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. And who is this? First name, please.
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's going on, man?
Yeah, well, I kind of caught your program, just tuning in a little now. But one of the things I wanted to talk about is this thing that's been kind of going around about the IRS and basically the idea of eliminating the income tax and and then the complete change of the system. And I don't really understand politically how. I mean, it sounds good on paper, because if it's okay, we're going to get rid of the IRS, we're going to get rid of the income tax, we're going to basically just tax consumption. But from a practical standpoint, there's really no logical way that this would actually work in a way that wouldn't destroy massive numbers of businesses in the process of rolling something like this out.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that being. I know that's a constant conversation in the background. I don't know of any focused group or organization saying that right now, but let me address that slightly. It
Yeah.
can be done. You can get rid of the IRS, or more importantly, taxes, personal taxes. Corporate, not so much. So let's talk about personal taxes, not corporate taxes. Those are two separate things. In personal taxes, you could do it, but what you would need to do are two things at the same time: cut government spending and phase in the reduction. So every year you would have to reduce the amount of personal taxes as the government cut its spending over and over. It is doable because the more money people have, then you have more institutions like your church or various organizations that take over for the government because you have the money to give to your church or to that organization to then donate. Think about it. I showed it earlier today. They're trying to get $100,000 for an illegal immigrant from Afghanistan. That's coming from private people. We have the money. We're the most generous nation in the world. We have the money. We don't need the government to decide where it goes. And the more money that we have, the more we can decide where it goes so that we're more able to help people. And also, if you have more money, you're able to, if I want to help someone, a family, my next door neighbors, if they're poor, they can't feed their kids or they can't get clothes for their kids, I can buy them and give them to them. That means I'm more involved with my community and I'm more in touch with my neighbors because I have the money that allows me to be able to interact with them more actively and more intimately than if the government's doing it and taking my money and giving it to them. I never have the access to that interaction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's a lot of social science, kind of things that are contribute to the way that society's run when you're talking about redistribution of wealth, basically letting an individual make choices in a charitable way.
The
to give
reverse
money.
of it. It's the reverse of redistributing. It's the actual reverse of redistributing, because redistributing means that a central agency, a government, has to take it. I'm talking about the
Right.
exact opposite of that. It's the opposite of redistributing. It's securing your income so that you have all distribution. No one else takes it. You get to distribute it directly. Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. And essentially, then that's the things that the government, you know, well, those who are in power in government, want to, wield the power and, take the choices away from the individual and give it, to the government because, they all believe that they are the ones who know how, money should be distributed among people. And that's, the concept of socialism, which is, slowly becoming more and more, prevalent because of the fact of the increasing of the tax, so then the less choices that you have, but rolling out, that's the thing though, is this just even the implementation of any sort of ideas like this, like, well, you're saying basically you're just saying just eliminating of tax and allowing, and just, cutting, but
Personal taxes, yes.
yeah,
Not corporate.
and right, and that's, and corporate, yeah, well, that's the thing too, is it depends on where the lines are, on personal taxes, because thing is anything that you're invested in, technically then, any revenue you get, I mean, essentially that would be taxed. Like I said,
once you start down that path, there's certain nuances, but which is why I say the easiest way is personal taxes. So start there, because corporations have different responsibilities and different obligations and different interactions with government. And, you have treaties and such that may affect that business.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, one of the problems that's always been an issue is between, smaller, businesses and then even, sole proprietorships, because basically even a sole proprietor, an individual themselves, could basically produce the same exact thing as a corporation does, and having two completely different, taxing systems would either, generally it always puts the individual at a disadvantage over the corporation, because the corporations are the ones which dictate the tax code, because and that's the way a lot of the stuff is written, So basically, an individual wouldn't be able to compete against a corporation due to not just the fact of the overall size of it, and its ability to lower its margins, due to just mass production, but also because of just basic, tax code, which would, allow the corporations to actually be more efficient, when it comes to just general, employment of, the workers as well, because an individual, would have to pay, different taxes that wouldn't be seen the same way as a corporation. But like I said, it's so and that's one of the problems that I see with it. It's just like you have politicians, and it's coming from Republicans, and I understand, the theory behind it. But the thing is that what drives me nuts is just the simplification of big ideas. Just simply, saying that we're just going to wash it out. Even if you're going to phase it out, say for example, if you're going to get rid of the tax and you're going to go over, from and then change the tax over, again, I don't even see how that actually even works in theory, because the thing is that generally all businesses that are created, or the market itself, basically, finds a way to make money given this current tax code that you have. And all of a sudden, if you just, flip the switch and switched it all, then all of a sudden the profitability of that business completely, turn upside down because of the way that you just shifted the tax code. So you could,
but again,
essentially wipe businesses out.
But again, that's why we're talking about two separate things. Individual taxes and corporate taxes, very different. Again,
well, even as an individual basis, though, like I said,
it can be done, but that's why you have to phase it in, because you have to retrain people on how to spend their money and how to donate and use and leverage their money. It can be done. It is a process, and it is a process that happens over time. If you did it overnight, yeah, you're right. There'd be absolute chaos. If you
and
phase
that's the thing.
it works.
And I just don't see how even the idea of the phase-in is even presented. And the bottom line is that I would absolutely never trust government at all, to make any sort of, change this dramatic with the tax code, of promises of basically switching, over from a personal income to, basically consumption tax. Because the bottom line is, just think about it, they're going to phase it. If you're talking about a phase, that means that you're actually you essentially just created a new tax, and then are promising that you're eventually going to eliminate the other tax. But we all know the government doesn't eliminate taxes, they just create new ones. And so essentially what would happen eventually is that, the government now all of a sudden would have a new tax on the books, which, like I said, I have zero faith in it. And like I said, and this goes into another part too, is that, this is coming from ideas that are coming from the Republican Party. But the thing is that now you have, I believe a Republican Party that a lot of people just do not have faith, in at this point. So,
Well,
I don't know.
It's honestly at this point, the conversation, I know it's very popular amongst libertarians, and some Republicans also find this to be an interesting topic. And Tina is correct when she says it's not a reality. It's a wonderful theoretical, and it is something that we have seen function. Dow brings up, this is exactly how our nation ran up until about 1913. It can be done, it is possible, and it is something that can flourish. The problem is, at this point, it is just a talking point, just like when we heard Biden and the Democrats say that they're going to pay off student loans. It is a talking point to bring in red meat and to get people to vote. It is not a reality. It's not up for discussion. And that's the problem.
That's the thing. But that's the problem what I have with, I don't like talking points. I don't like BS being shoved down people's throats. Like, this is something that can be done. Like there's this pie in the sky hope of an idea. They're like, oh yeah, it's a great idea. I'm going to join your party because we're going to fight for this. And I'm just like, well, okay, so you're, again, again, you've got, like you were saying, the student loan forgiveness type thing, that those ideas which are just completely preposterous. I mean, why, I can't accept it, being, pushed on the Republican, from the Republican Party and think tanks, pushing out those sort of ideas when essentially we know. I mean, because you've got to take it from a practical perspective, and also just look at the history, of government and who's going to be in power. Even if Republicans took over everything and implemented something, that was going to be phased in, they're only going to be in power for so long, and then somebody else is going to be in there, and guess what's going to happen? The entire tax code just gets shifted back over.
Well, we couldn't. That's one of the other problems with it. It has to be something that comes from the public through our elected leaders. It again has to bring the power back to the public, because if the public is the one who is pushing this, politicians have nothing to do with it. They're our servants. And everyone forgets that when we talk about, and even myself on this channel sometimes, we forget they are our servants. They serve us. They serve at the pleasure of the public, not the other way around. So if it came from the public, not some dangling carrot from a political party or a political ideology, but came from the public and said, we want this, like term limits or anything else, then it would be something we could implement over several administrations. It doesn't matter which administration. We could do it. I mean, quite honestly, I was looking at this like last week. We hear, what was it? Warren Buffett in 2011 was screaming up a storm about the fact that taxes are too high and he needs to have more taxes, and his secretary doesn't pay enough in taxes, or that his secretary pays more in taxes than he does, which was a lie. And his secretary makes six figures. I've talked to his secretary before. Actually, I talked to Warren Buffett before. And the thing is, the question that came up that didn't get any attention was that, Warren Buffett, you have the right, like every American citizen, like every billionaire, millionaire on the left or the right, you can donate money to the United States government anytime you want. You are not restricted to just your IRS. You can, if you want the government to have money, you can do that. And that's the thing. The more that we were to go, if we were to follow that path towards getting rid of the IRS on a personal level, we could always donate to the federal government if we wanted to. We could always give them more money. There's nothing that stops us from doing that. And if we are in control of our money and able to leverage it, then we might. But as it is now, there's no incentive to donate. That's why Warren Buffett won't do it. That's why Oprah won't do it. That's why pick your left entertainer, celebrity, politician, they don't do it. They won't do it because there's no reason to do it, because there's no benefit in it. So why give them the money? Because they're taking the money anyway through all the various taxes and schemes that the government has. And they're redistributing it in ways that most people, including the left, don't like. So why are we going to give them money to do something that we don't want them to do?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it is so complicated too. There's a million different ways, that Warren Buffett moves, and buys and sells and moves, stocks and money around that do get taxed, and it really depends on how he moves it, depends on how much he gets taxed. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, though, is he's, I don't know who he's pandering to, or, how he wants to recreate the world, in a certain way, why he says things like that, or maybe he just says something like that just to get the sharks off his, heels or something like that. Because, the more he moves money, the more he makes decisions, he either, puts money into things where there will be an increased, efficiency or effectiveness that produces, more goods and services. I mean, he could, essentially put his money into things that are just completely, waste. Like, it's much money that was being, put into,
He's lost money before. He's wasted money.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he loses a lot of money, you can't be in the market and not lose money. I mean, look at it. The thing is that he's pretty much fully invested at all points. It's just a matter of where the money is, at it. So literally, if the entire market goes down, he's going to be down in money. I mean, he really doesn't lose money, essentially, because he never completely closes all his positions. He's always invested in the market. And so when the market goes up, everything goes up. But he does shift where the money,
Yeah.
he'll allocate where
He's
the majority
leveraging
of
his
the
money.
money goes. Yeah, right. And I mean, one of his, I mean, like for example, one of the things that he's actually, just recently last month, I think he actually put a lot of money into is the Taiwanese transistors. He's invested in that
Yeah.
company quite heavily, and who knows how that will shake out. I mean, he's anticipating that it's undervalued at this point and a lot of money, and then I mean, hopefully he's banking on. I mean, he might be banking on the fact too that China doesn't actually invade them and take them over. And then maybe that's kind of a little more of what his he predicts what his faith in the situation is, and so but you never know on that. But again, it's just he's getting taxed, money's getting moved. The bottom line is that it's who is the one who's putting money and where they're putting it. And the thing is that he has a lot of money that's in the market and he's moving it around and he's making decisions, and he technically is making and breaking companies based upon his movement,
Hmm.
but the government and individuals like AOC and Bernie Sanders, they want that same power, and how they get the power is they basically tax the living crap out of everybody, and then what they do is they basically push and subsidize all these different companies through subsidies, with every single green energy boondoggle that they put money into, and we both know how much wasted energy has been put into those companies, which basically have not turned out really anything that's
Well,
helping our economy to this point, because
well,
everything from wind, solar, and the bios and all
well.
the other stuff that they've wasted money on has basically caused double of what fossil fuels currently cost us to this day.
Well, it's not just limited to that. And think of it this way: because government has basically tapped into public funding, it is allowed for corruption on multiple levels. And when I say corruption, I mean the continued expanse of the government. The government is the largest employer in the country. The government is involved in things that it was never intended to do, and everything it does is almost always less effective than any other source or anyone else doing whatever the government does. Remember, we bought GM stock and the stock failed, and we lost money on that investment under the Obama administration because the government can't run an auto industry. It doesn't know how to do it. It doesn't know how to do it well. It had a lot of regulations and a lot of mandates, but it all failed because it wasn't competitive. Because the government doesn't know what it is to compete, and competition creates innovation and improvement. And when you don't have innovation and improvement, you have stagnation, and stagnation creates corruption. And that's why we see the money that's going to green energy right now is mostly stagnation and corruption. It is pushing an ideology. It isn't pushing innovation in there because there's no reason for it. Because you're going to get the same money every year, whether you make solar or wind or geothermal or biogas or ethanol, whether you make it improved or better or functional, doesn't change whether or not you're going to get money. So there's no motivation to do that, which is why we're not seeing them improve. We're basically just seeing bigger versions of the same thing. They're not effective. They haven't been. We've been working on solar for 75, almost 80 years. It's still not effective. Why? Because the more time has passed, the more money we put into it, the more political it's become, and the less about science and innovation. So it's stagnating and it's not improving. It's just more political.
That is an interesting point, that you're making, because when you think about, just take for example just solar and then solar versus wind, and you have both of those competing against each other in a free market. The question is that you figure at some point, because of the way the market is that which is more efficient basically will make its way to the top. But you wonder whether or not one of the two is actually more efficient than the other, when it comes to the two of them. And yet, because of the way that the subsidies are coming from the government, one of them is being propped up, and while the other would fail. You know what I mean? I mean, the question is that, without any subsidies, just say, for example, of just wind and solar were the only two energy sources that were on the planet, and the government wasn't subsidizing either of them, my question would be which one would end up, potentially being, the last man standing? Because you can't tell me that one of those, isn't more efficient, overall than the other one.
Well, yes,
And
you can. Actually, you can. But here's the bigger question isn't which one's more efficient, because it's going to be solar. But partially because of the science, partially because of where it comes from. There's a lot of reasons. But the bigger thing is we shouldn't fund. I don't agree with subsidizing any industry. I can understand subsidizing the theory or the creation of something, theoretical, mostly on an entrepreneurial basis, on an individual basis, maybe one or two things because like DARPA, which is for national security, and they're thinking ahead. That's where we got the internet from, not from Al Gore. We got it from DARPA. And that makes sense. It's an alternative means of communication. That makes sense. That's something I could see that we initially funded and then turned over to the markets and let the markets run with it. And initially, up until about 1996, it was great. And then the government got involved. And then they ruined it. They really started warping what the internet was, especially after 2001. And that's the beginning of the end of what's been good about the internet. And that's brought us to where we are today. We shouldn't subsidize existing businesses. If they cannot function, let them fail. I said this about GM. Let it fail. From the shell of the dead carcass of GM, multiple businesses can be created that would be successful because people would take the pieces that they could innovate on and they would make something better.
Yeah, the other thing too I was going to say though is that the word subsidy itself is it's difficult to say exactly what a subsidy is in certain cases, because sometimes it's literally just a grant being given, directly from the taxpayers that's actually getting funneled to, a company.
It always
And then
is,
you
yeah.
also have, tax benefits where, the company will be actually taxed at a lower rate on any of the profit that they actually make, and those to me are completely different, subsidies, in the bigger picture of things, because, one basically, has absolutely no output and is required complete, government intervention and taxpayers. While another one, all you were doing is, lessening, the overall, taxes
Well,
that you're actually taking from that company.
Think of it this way. Let me phrase it like this. Think of a subsidy as it's a political program. It's a propaganda piece. We subsidize farms so they don't grow food. That's not necessarily good. There are better ways to incentivize whether farms grow food or other things or not at all. And they can be done through the market. You don't need regulation. You don't need the government involved. You can control that in different ways. But that's what a subsidy is. A subsidy is promoting a political ideology to some extent. Every subsidy that exists right now, whether it's paying for the vaccines or looking at farms not growing food or solar or wind or green energy, these are all political ideas.
Right.
We're pushing a political idea. We're not actually advancing or innovating any of these industries. We're promoting a political ideology. That's the problem. So
Right.
what we need to do is a subsidy should be, and it's meant to be, a grant of public funding for something that the public isn't aware of or can't understand that will advance or innovate our quality of life. Again, I'll go back to DARPA and I'd go back to the creation of the internet. In 1990, matter of fact, in 1980, it was 86, 87, when I was a college student. I am that old, folks. And I was a college student. We first started hearing about the internet and what were called MOOs, M-O-O. It was internet. It was the beginnings of MMOs. It was the beginning of internet connectivity, chat rooms, and being able to have ways to contact people. And it was only in colleges. You as an individual couldn't get onto them. But that was because it going from the DARPA stage where government created this alternative communication and gave it to the colleges so that they could innovate on it and to try and see if they could have other applications besides the military aspect. And that's when we started getting the internet, and that's when we got everything that's come out of it since then. That's what a subsidy is for. DARPA was that subsidy. The government funded that idea. I'm happy with that. And then giving it to the colleges to let them, which is also partially subsidized by the government, which I disagree with at this point. But that then again pushed it further, more innovation, more development, more application, and then it became commercial. And that was okay up until the government got back into that commercialization and changed it because they said they had to make it fair and they had to regulate it. And that's when it all went to hell. But that's what subsidies should be, and that's what a subsidy can create. You're not getting that. Same thing with computers back in the 50s, where we had DARPA and the government creating ENIAC, the biggest computer, the first computer size of massive room, which then led to innovation, and now we have computers that, basically our watch is more powerful than ENIAC ever was. It's the same idea. That's what a subsidy should be and what they're capable of. What we have now is political ideology and propaganda. And that's why it's failing. That's why we're not getting any advancements. It's why green energy, as a concept, I'm not against it, if it could be made to be functional. The problem is they're not trying to make it functional. They haven't been trying to make it functional. They're still pushing ethanol. I have been talking about ethanol since 2010, actually 2008. And we've known since 2010 that ethanol is poisoning the Gulf of Mexico and our oceans. It is a fact. It's called deoxygenation of our oceans. It destroys the oxygen, kills all the plankton, the fish, the plants, it kills everything. We know that as a fact, and we're still pushing. We have mandates to make more and more ethanol every year until 2030 or 2050. And we know it's worse for the environment than not having it at all. It's literally killing our oceans. That's the problem. We're pushing an agenda, a political agenda, rather than looking at the science that's right in front of us and saying, this is stupid. Why are we doing this? Either we innovate this and make it so it doesn't destroy our oceans and then use it, or we get rid of this. Do you see what I'm saying there?
Yeah, and that actually is, actually a pretty good example if you want to equate, because I was talking about just solar, wind competing against each other. Heck, just throw ethanol, say with ethanol, wind, solar, all those competing against each other, then the question would be, between that, what would go, and this is, and the thing, and then the other point I was going to make too is that, I hate the label green, because the thing is that the idea behind green is supposed to be environmentally friendly. It's supposed to preserve the environment in some form of way, through its use by basically offsetting or completely replacing fossil fuels, But as you've described with ethanol, there is no way that substance in any way, for the amount of energy produced is cleaner, more environmentally friendlier in any way, than any other fossil fuel that's out there.
Yeah, it's, again, we're talking about larger concepts, and the key here is we're asking questions and we're having a discussion about it,
right?
Which is what the media and the government don't want. Because in looking and having this conversation, we understand, okay, what we're doing now isn't effective, it's not productive, it's not worth it. Why are we doing it? Well, the only answer is, but what it is doing is pushing a political ideology. Well, why would we want to do that? Now, that's the reason why they don't want to have this conversation, because now you're left with, okay, do I agree with those politics or not? And that takes away power for somebody, because since it's a failed idea and it's failing in its production, then we have an ideology that's failed, someone's losing power. That's why the government doesn't want to have this conversation. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want to have it discussed. And they suppress channels that do. and I think it's important that we have this discussion because it is a little bit outside the normal conversation, the way people normally think about these things. But we have to, because we can't improve it without it. And we have to separate, here's the politics, and I've done more research into this than probably 90% of the public. I understand. I've been doing it for years. But anyone can learn this stuff. The reports on ethanol, and again, I keep going back to that, but you could look at the reports on solar panels and the fact that they have a roughly 10-year to 15-year lifespan, and then you have to replace them, and they're toxic to the soil. They can't be put into a dump. They can't be recycled. It's actually just toxic and deadly. Same thing with windmills. They're toxic and deadly. You can't recycle them. They have to have special burials. It's like burying nuclear waste. It's that toxic, and it's just horrendous for the environment. And they have to be replaced about every 7 to 12 years. And that's in their ideal situations. And no one talks about that. And that's a problem because we have to fix that. If you want to use this, we have to have a way to fix that. Otherwise, we're going to have a constantly renewing problem that's going to be worse than the problem we had beforehand. Because now we have toxic soil and not enough energy, as opposed to just not having enough energy. But that means we have to question the green movement and that ideology and its failures. Because again, I'm not against green energy if we can make it effective, if it works.
No, that's the thing. You're not against the concept of green energy, because the concept of green energy means that you are creating an energy source that is more efficient, more effective, and environmentally better in the long haul than what we currently have on the books. And the fact is that none of these energy sources that have been called green energy to this day have actually lived to fulfill, what they've been defined to be.
I know you saw Planet of the Humans, like I did.
Yeah.
And it's backed up by Obama's green energy czar. None of them are actually green. None of them are effective. That is a fact. It is not an opinion. It is not a question. The science is out there. It confirms it. All empirical evidence from every country around the world proves it is not effective. We still have decades before it would be effective. Meanwhile, New York State has said that, as an example, that by 2035, 2040, we have to switch over to green energy as the main source of energy. If you look at New York State's energy projections that says we have to switch to green energy as the main energy source, they tell you that after year 7, we don't know where 10% of the energy is coming from. We will need 10% more energy than they can project we could possibly make. We don't know where the energy is coming from. The system fails. Mind you, we're still doing this. We're spending the money and we're moving forward. We're building the windmills, the solar panels, and we know that in 7 years, we will fail. It is a failed plan from New York State Department of Energy. You can look it up yourself. The documents exist, and they tell you directly it will fail. It has more requirements for energy than it could possibly make, and we have no idea where we're going to get the remaining energy from.
No, it's
Why are we doing this?
No, it's ridiculous. I mean, the infrastructure alone, is nowhere ever going to be able to be capable of doing this with the budget, that we have. And that's another thing too, Mike, is that these politicians are, look at they don't look at projected income from taxes, but they're getting wiped out. And look at California's latest budget, that they have going. They're going to have a shortfall of like $22 billion, to the budget.
A continued shortfall.
Huh?
Keyword: continued shortfall in California. They're in as much debt. Well, they're more debt than New York State. We're not making money.
Well, the thing is they actually had a surplus. The irony was they had a surplus because of the pandemic, because of all the printing that the federal government put. And so what did they do? They actually decided to they spent more money, and then obviously they never cut. when things go, down as they would. And now they've got this blown up budget and no way to, finance anything. It's just,
No, they still had the debt. They just didn't have a deficit. The difference being the debt is long term, the deficit is short term. So they didn't have a deficit because of the lockdowns and government funding. It's like New York State. We didn't have a deficit in the year when New York State got the money to cover our $8 billion shortfall from disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo. But we still had the debt, and we still do.
Right.
And we didn't change our spending, neither did California. So the moment that extra free money disappeared, we were back in the hole, like we are, as we've always been. To an even greater degree, we went from $6 billion in New York State's case. We went from $6 billion in the hole to $8 billion in the hole because we spent $2 billion more because we got free money from the government.
No, and everything's more. And the bottom line is that, and on top of that, though, is that the debt that is incurred that they actually, that has to be serviced, cost a hell of a lot more than it did before because interest rates are going up and they continue to go up, to basically get a hold of the inflation that we're dealing with. So, it's going to be it's not going to be a soft landing for our economy as, some had predicted a million times over. It's going to be, it's going to be pretty rough. Some people say that we may just go into, rather than, kind of a real recession, something will just have a stagflation type of situation for a prolonged amount of time.
Well, that's a lie. Anyone who says that doesn't understand what stagflation is or a recession. Stagflation is a recession. It is a type of recession. And now they're trying to say it's going to be a rich recession where everyone's going to have money and there's businesses are going to do great, but the economy is going to inflate. They're stupid out of their minds. They have no idea. Yeah. They're making stuff up to make it sound good.
Yeah, and the problem is too is just that it's you can't trust any of the data that's even coming out from these different places because how can we trust anything when it comes to the inflation rate when meanwhile the federal government lied to us, said that there was 1 million jobs created that were never created. That's unbelievable.
This is important for everyone who's listening and maybe sees this afterwards. The key I often get the question, how can I trust the data? And I've had people say that about polls or various studies. The answer is you can't go by just one. It's like when I talk about gun control. You've seen me talk about it many times on the program, and I very often, a couple times a year, review the status of it. And if you notice, when I do that, I don't look at one source. I look at usually about 15. I have sources from the government, from various states, from various projections. I'm going through several data sets so that I get a trend and I get a confirmation of things improving or not improving and try and target where it's coming from. It's because any one of those sources could be wrong, that they could misunderstand. Same thing with polls. I tend to not believe polls when it's an individual poll, because individual polls depends on what question was asked, who asked it, who did they ask the question to. It's okay, but if I have 15 polls, all from reputable sources, and they're all asking essentially the same question, and I'm getting generally the same response from different groups of people, then I tend to have confidence. The thing is, we're relying too much on one source that says, this is the fact. Dr. Fauci said, I am the science. He made the decision. Well, there are multiple sources, like now we see with USC, UCLA, many other, we had sources from overseas, from the WHO, Europe, that were telling us things that he did not say. So if you looked at the one source, Dr. Fauci, then you had his answer. But meanwhile, there were 10 other sources that were saying, no, that's not correct. And today we know that those 10 sources had more truth than the one individual. And that's why we should follow the trend, the multiple sources and a trend than one individual.
But you make a point, though, is that, when it came to that information specifically, and we weren't allowed to get that information. And not only that, though, it was a massive conspiracy. I mean, this is literally what the Twitter file showed us, is that the information from all those other doctors, was completely suppressed by the social media that was working directly with, the federal government, and also, the one company there, Pfizer, because the head, of Pfizer, the CEO, was the former head of the FDA.
Yeah.
And basically was, working with the government to censor any of the opposing voices on all the social medias. I mean, that's just insane. And so here we are in a situation where there is good data, there is good, stuff that's being produced, but we can't hear it because guess what? The government basically, conspired with, the social media companies to crush, the way we hear things. And the thing is though, too, is that how much, manipulation with the federal government, was there when it came to the data that told us that there was 1 million jobs, created that were never created.
Well, we know whether or not 1 million jobs are created. The numbers are there. I've gone through. You can go to BLS.gov, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The numbers are there. You can go to the St. Louis Fed. Again, you can look that up. And they have the chart there. It's obvious. What they're saying is politically, people went back to work and they want to count it differently. This is the same thing that Obama did during the summer of recovery in 2010. Oh, everything's great because we've created jobs. No, people went back to work. Same thing in 2021 and 2022. Oh, we've created jobs. No, people went back to work. There's a difference. That's not creating a job. That's recovering the job. It's people returning back to the job they had. That's not an improvement. That's the norm. That's going back to what you had already. Politically, but again, it's political. Yeah. It's messing with people's minds because now if you politically agree with Obama or Biden in those cases, then you'll say, oh, see, they're doing a great job because they created jobs, because you want that political ideology, not because the data said it's true.
Yeah, I mean, that one there, look at that, the line that Biden keeps saying over and over again, saying how, he created so many more jobs ever in the history of, the planet.
Which
and he basically, and he based those statistics on the fact that, hey, guess what? We made you all, stay home. And then all of a sudden I allowed you to go back to work. And then now I'm going to take credit for the fact that you're actually going back to the job that I told you couldn't go to because, I lied to you with Pfizer and all those other ones saying that, hey, this data here tells us if you don't do what we say, then everybody's going to die. And so he wants credit now that he was such a great, producer. Now that's, I get that. I hate that. But the thing is that there was other data that was falsified as well, too, that on top of that made the appearance, as well, that more recently with, I think, the last quarter, right before the election, that there was, statistically actually new jobs created that weren't just those who were re-entering the job force, but they ended up, botching those up bad, and so they had to come back to the number, and then they go, oh, okay, we had to make corrections. No, there was only 100,000. Or no, I don't even think it was 100,000. I don't even think it was 100,000 jobs in the last quarter.
I thought it was 75,000.
Huh?
I thought it was 75,000.
Yeah, 75,000. I mean, 1 million versus 75,000. I'm like, and it's just, but again, there just goes to show you some of these things where, it was propped up right before the election.
Well,
and then
that's, again, separate the politics from the data. Check.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, this is why I include the links to everything that I'm showing people so that you can see it for yourself. I don't expect, nor do I want anyone to just blanket accept everything I say. I can show you the sources, and I do, of where am I getting this data? Why do I understand this? And even when I'm talking about, when we go through this, how many times have you seen me, even in this show? I'm showing you not just one news article. I can show you multiple ones referring to the thing I'm talking about so that you can look at it and go, okay, this is a trend. It's not one source. I have multiple, which is called journalism. It's not one source. It's multiple sources where you can confirm what you believe and what you're seeing. And I specifically tried to target left-leaning sources so that people can go, oh, well, it's not political. This is what the left is saying. But that's something we need to train ourselves to do more often, and that's part of conversations and not lectures on politics. We are often told what to think and what to feel and what to believe, and we're given a single source, which is usually not credible. Like when CBS asked Kathy Hochul in November about the concealed carry. And she said, actually, that was in August, about concealed carry. And she said, she was asked by CBS News, is there any data that says that people who conceal carry in New York State commit more crimes? And the answer was, I don't need data. This is going to be the best thing for you. Well, that's her opinion. That's not scientific. That's not evidence. And that's not a reason why I should agree with her in reversing the Supreme Court's decision. But people were told to accept that and to feel like she's right because it sounds good. It feels like you're more safe because of what she said. The fact is, you aren't. Because if we look at the data, empirically, according to the New York State gun-involved violence report, it is a gun-involved violence elimination report, GIVE. It is factually correct that crime is up, violence is up, and all of her things to try and stop people from law-abiding citizens from having guns has not made them safer. It is a fact. It is not a question. It is not a guess. It is demonstrable. So that's the difference between feelings and having directed feelings, having been told what your feelings should be, and actually having evidence and making your own conclusions. We need to get away from being told what to feel and what to believe and going to understanding why, to find out for ourselves and confirm for ourselves and have our own reasoning. And that's what I want. That's why I try. That's why I showed the evidence and I showed the sites and the tweets and all the information so that you can find it for yourself and say, okay, I get it. And this is what I agree and disagree with.
I was going to ask you, did you have updates? I don't know if you talked about today, the 6-year-old with the shooting there?
No, I haven't today.
Yeah, I was trying to find out. See, after you...
I do know, what I do know about it, one of the updates is the gun came from his mother.
Right.
His mother had the gun. It's part of her personal protection. She didn't secure the firearm. The child was able to get the firearm and use it, which there's multiple layers on that. And I know someone would say, well, Mike, but you tell women to be able to be armed. I also tell them to be intelligent about being armed and knowing about gun safety. And part of gun safety is being able to keep the gun away from children and to be able to have a secure way of providing that protection. So there's the difference. And I know someone's like, but you said, yeah, but take it in full context. What did I say? I said women should be trained to be able to, they should have access to firearms and be trained to use those firearms effectively. That includes gun safety, not leaving it around for your 4 or 6-year-old to be able to get the gun and go to school and shoot a teacher. And the problem still isn't the firearm and whether or not he was able to get it from his mom and where she had hid it. The bigger problem is, why did that kid think the answer to a teacher he didn't like was taking the gun and shooting the teacher? That's still the problem. The problem isn't that he got it from his mom.
We don't know anything about the social, things about the kid and the mother and the family or anything like that yet, or? I
didn't notice it, but I'm pretty sure that it's a single mom. Again, don't quote me on this because I don't remember. I was looking at it briefly, but the mom is, I believe, a single mom, and there may be other factors in the background. But again, the ultimate problem is, what made that kid decide that using the gun to shoot his teacher was the answer? There's your root problem. Not that the mom had a firearm, and even to an extent, not that the kid knew how to get it. It's that he made the decision to use it and use it in that manner. After you answer that problem, then we can deal with the problem of, oh yeah, the mom should have been taught how, she should have been trained to be able to better effectively use that firearm, which includes safety. That's the
Yeah.
secondary problem. The first problem is the kid.
Yeah, definitely. This, so the question. I mean, I know everybody's questioning, whether or not, the mother actually should have or why. Nobody. Look, they don't even know the woman's story of why, she. I mean,
If
look,
the kid used
she
a
doesn't
knife,
need.
it's as
Huh?
simple as if the kid used a knife. If he took a knife from the kitchen and stabbed his
Yeah.
teacher, is it still the same problem? The weapon isn't the problem. It's
Right.
the action. Let's deal with that first. That's the bigger problem. The secondary problem is the tool he used to make that action. That's a secondary issue. That's after the fact. Because if I change the weapon, he's still going to have access. He could get a hammer. He could use a pencil. There's always
Yeah.
a weapon. The question isn't the weapon. It's why, his reason, his action, what caused that action. Start
Right.
there. I'm not as concerned about the weapon because the weapon can, I can interchange that with, he can get a steak knife, he could use a pencil, he could use a chair. There's 1,001 weapons if
Yeah.
that's his intent. The
Yeah,
gun
and
isn't
that's
the
the
problem.
problem is that we can't. I mean, we can't because we're looking probably for more of a cultural, way to identify what's going on,
At least in
within,
part.
huh?
At least in part, yeah.
Yeah, and we can't do that because it's not being reported on in a way that we can actually find it. I've looked all over the place for more details. I think yesterday or whatever, and I was surprised at how skimpy, the stuff was. But the main narrative that is allowed to go through is basically, the simple fact is that, why, why are, kids having access to guns? Why are kids, why does she, have, all this other stuff, and it's completely taking away from again what's going on with the child. What is the big picture? We just don't get it.
That's the big thing. And I know people talking about, well, the school knew he had thought they knew that he had the gun and they were warned and they checked his backpack, and you're not dealing with the problem. That's the news that's out right now. Matter of fact, I'll show everyone. The
Yeah,
most
I've seen
recent
that.
news is 2 days ago. They searched his backpack before the teacher got shot. That's AP News. That's CNN. That's New York Times. The problem isn't that he had the gun. Again, that's the secondary problem, because he could have had a knife. He could use a chair, a pencil. There are unlimited numbers of weapons. He could have got a stick. He could have picked up a rock. The problem isn't the weapon. It's why did he decide the only answer was to try and kill his teacher? Start there. That's the problem. Everything else is secondary. Everything else is something else, because everything else is interchangeable. You can get another gun. You can get or you can get a rock. You can get any other weapon. He's still going to do the same thing. Make sense?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is what we're just like, again, and it just what was being told or what's being released is, to me, it seems like it's creating its own narrative.
Well, it's because the news media doesn't asking that question. What made him think that was the right answer or that was the solution to whatever problem the kid thinks he had? That's not going to advance a political agenda. The agenda being, you don't get to have a firearm. That doesn't help Maryland in its gun ban. It doesn't help advance red flag laws, which are unconstitutional. It doesn't help take guns away from people like Representative Sheila Jackson Lee would want to do. And that's the thing. They're pushing an agenda, because if they weren't pushing an agenda, the news media would be asking, not did they search his backpack, why did the kid decide to do that? What happened? What's the root cause? We would be researching. We'd have researchers not trying to say whether or not defensive gun use is good for America. They'd be saying, what makes kids or anyone decide to do a mass shooting? That's the root problem. And we're not addressing that because we're talking
No.
about politics, because we're pushing an
No,
agenda.
and
It's the
it's-
same
it
thing
is
as with
frustrating.
subsidies. It's the same thing with subsidies. Same
Yeah, I
idea.
figured within the week we'd have more answers, but I guess
No,
not.
we're never going to get the answers because they're not asking the question. They don't want the answer. The answer isn't, they would actually solve or come to a solution or possibly find a solution if we ask the question. They don't care. It's not important. They don't care that a 6-year-old kid. Quite honestly, the politicians don't care that that teacher got shot. They don't care if the kids shoot the teacher. They care about whether or not the parents or anyone else can have a firearm. They're against the Second Amendment. They're not against the kid killing someone. They don't care about that. That's why they're not focused on why the kid did it. If they were, they would be looking at what caused him to do that rather than what did he do. Now they're looking for blame. Oh, you should have checked the backpack. It's the mom's fault. No, it's the kid's fault. The kid did it. Why did he do it? And that's why it's political. This is all about the politics. It's about an agenda. That agenda, in this case, is taking away the Second Amendment rights from people. I mean, okay, this one mom had the problem, and they're like, okay, all moms with guns are evil. Why? How many moms were saved because they had a gun and were able to protect their kids and their family? How many times did that happen?
Yeah, well, that's another question too. I mean, they're never going to get into the fact that maybe who knows? Maybe she has restraining orders that are against her. She's trying to protect herself, and the only way she could do so is basically by arming herself. We don't know the situation, and irregardless of whether or not she had those situations. I mean, she still obviously still has the right to carry, and as long apparently she wasn't prudent with whatever happened with the kid getting a hold of the gun, but again, we don't know anything, so it's really hard to judge this entire situation without any sort of details being given to us.
Yeah, and this was a legal gun. I'm just checking BBC News, by the way, just for people to know. The news from BBC News, staff was alerted. This is from 2 days ago, from Friday. And we know that at least one individual at the school was aware or made aware of this. We know that the firearm was legally owned. It was bought legally and stored in their home. But, and I'm just looking this through, and it's on screen right now so people can see this. The question is, nowhere in this from the BBC is anyone asking, why did the kid do this? What made him do this? And we know nothing about his background in the family. We don't know if it's a broken family, if there's violence in that family. We don't know if she got the gun because of abuse in the household, if there's drugs or crime in the area. And this is the update.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. We're asking the wrong questions. We're looking at the wrong thing to cause blame. The mom had a firearm. Why did she have a firearm? I'm not saying she shouldn't. She has the right to do so. But in this case, why did she have a firearm without the proper training? I know she didn't have the training because the kid had access to the firearm. So she hasn't been trained. Why did she get it? Was it because crime in the area? Was it because abuse in the family? Was it some other reason, some other fear, or some other reason? That's important. And once we know the answer to that, okay, now what is that kid being taught? It sounds like I'm saying the same thing over, and to an extent I am, because that's the important thing. And that's the thing that's not being asked and provided to the public because they don't care. At the end of the day, I hate to say this to people, the government doesn't care if you get hurt. They care about whether they have control over your life. You have to recognize that, folks. That's a terrifying thought. They don't care if you die. They care if you have freedom. They want control over whether you have a firearm. They don't care if you die because someone else has a firearm. They don't care about the criminal. That's why they're making these laws against law-abiding citizens, not the criminals, because they don't want you to have power. That's the ultimate answer at the end of the day, which is why they don't care about the 6-year-old, why it's not national news, why it's not being reported on a regular basis, why they're not following up with asking the questions that you and I are asking. They don't care. It's terrifying when you think about that and you come to that realization. They just don't care.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that was the thing that I was kind of curious about this week, but well, I guess we're just gonna, like I said, hopefully we'll find out more. But yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, It's sad, and I pray for the day that some reporter, some newspaper, some major news media actually does their job and asks the questions that we're asking right now together, and we actually have some politician that follows up on it. But that ain't gonna happen because they don't care. This isn't about making you safe. It's not even about making you feel safe. It's about control. It's about pushing an agenda that allows control. And again, I will be happy to have a conversation with any elected official anywhere in the nation. I will go to any school and any college in the nation, and I will discuss the Second Amendment and all the observations and all the data that I have, and I will be able to do. I don't even need to bring any notes. I'll do it blind. I will show up instantly anywhere I can go, because we're asking the wrong questions. And if they want to tell me they care, then why can't they answer the questions I'm asking, which is a very simple question. I've been asking it for 17 years. What's the reason? Why are they doing this? What's making them think that? We have to think about this. We have to get away from the shock and, oh my God, and it's the weapon. We got to ask the question, why? We're not asking why are they doing this. We will never resolve these kinds of problems, ever. That's my opinion on it. You may disagree. But, so, I'm loving this, Jason. Thank you for asking these questions and bringing this stuff up. It's questions no one really asks, especially in the mainstream media. So I'm glad that you brought up all these questions. Oh God, we've been here 5 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, that means it's 5 hours is we've hit the wall. I'm a little tired. So
No, I hear you.
yeah, it's a lot of talking.
All right, I'll talk to you later, Mike.
All right, man.
Yep, bye.
So, folks, we thank you all. And as you can see, we've had calls from John Cordisco. We had Jason call in. We've had comments from Dal and so many others. I know people sometimes, we've been on for 5 hours. Sometimes people will leave and come back, and we appreciate each and every one of you, whether you've done that or anything else. We hope that you subscribe. Please subscribe. That's the most important thing, so that we can reach more and more people and have these conversations and have these questions and try and get our politicians to actually deal with the problem and not the politics. God help me. I don't want to deal with the politics. I want to deal about the problem. Let's fix the problems. Let's stop trying to push the political agenda, whether it's subsidies or gun violence, mass shootings. We need to deal with the problems. Energy. If we can't get to the problem and we're so busy talking about the politics, we're never going to fix this. Let's see. Executive order. Dow just mentions in terms of classification, which we were talking about earlier in the show, Executive Order 13526, Obama era executive order dealing with the documentation classification and declassification. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I will take a look at that. So, we've been on for 5 hours, folks, and I always appreciate and enjoy this. And trust me, I can go even longer, but my voice is a little tired. And I say, if you have any questions about anything we've talked about, please look at some of the links that we've provided. Tell your friends, take clips of this and show it to your friends and say, hey, here's the discussion. What do you think? Let's have this conversation. We need to be involved with each other, and we need to be involved in our politics to improve it. And every week, we are here at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to be with you, to hear what you have to say from anywhere in the world and anywhere across America. Whether you agree or disagree, we are here to hear your voice, talk about the topics you think are important, and have the conversation. And to hear what you have to say, whether you agree with me or not, to have that conversation, to have that understanding so that we can all improve our communities and our lives and our nation as a whole. That's MAGA. That's America First. That's improving the world, not just obeying blindly because some elitist says you have to do what they say. that will never help us. That is dictatorship. That is slavery, essentially. Folks, I love you all. I thank you for being with us, whether you've been here for 5 minutes or you watched the show even longer. I appreciate it. I look forward to seeing your comments after the show. If you see it afterwards, I look forward to seeing your comments there. Tell me what you think. I try to get back to all the comments that I can. I know we got to get back to our weekday schedule. We're working on it. And I want you all to be well. And I look forward to seeing you at the latest next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone.